What choice do I have? Even if I have 8 claws, I can only crawl in one direction. Tell me, what is the scripture teaching team? The eunuch laughed bitterly. The dwarf told him all the reasons he could tell people, and then he pointed out something else. Your mission is very simple. Use your 8-clawed spider's talent to find out the identities, abilities, locations, plans, and weaknesses of all the evil gods who are hostile to the 7-god sect. When it comes to killing evil, you don't have to do it yourself. Do you think I can live until the time when it comes to killing evil? The 8-clawed spider said blankly, I'm just an ordinary person, and you want me to be a spy in the evil god sect. I don't even know the ins and outs of the sect, and I am just an ignorant layman. If this isn't suicide, then what is? Yes, it is a suicide mission. Tyrion nodded and said with a matter-of-fact expression, You can't escape the death penalty, but now I am giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Even if you have a slim chance of survival, at least you have a chance to live. Can I wear black clothes? Varys asked. The dwarf shook his head and sighed. If it is a great trial, there will be an audience at the scene, and basic fairness must be maintained. Then, according to the traditions of the 7 kingdoms, even if you have committed a great crime of treason, you should still be given a chance to join the Night Watch. But many times, without a trial and without an audience, there is no fairness and justice. Whether you live or die, it all depends on the other party's thoughts. Hearing you say that, I am starting to regret it. I regret not turning myself in at the fairy city, Varys said helplessly. The dwarf sighed. Don't be silly. If she really wants you dead, you won't be able to reach the fairy city. Your life and death, honor and disgrace, will always be in her hands. Just like back then, her life and death will be in your hands. The heavenly Tao is good at reincarnation. Who will destiny let go of? Sai, you're right. She has a reason to do anything to me. Varys smiled bitterly. I don't want to die in a foreign land. Westeros are my home. Being eaten by a dragon is also one of the Targaryens' fates, although your Tessa is only a pterodactyl. Asterisk zing. Asterisk Arya pulled out the sewing needle from her waist and spoke for the first time. Just as I wanted, I will kill you and avenge my father. Wait. The dwarf hurriedly stopped her. Let me talk to this damned eunuch alone. He pulled Varys forward. Varys stood there and refused to move. He said to Arya, I'm sorry to Dany, Rhys, Rhaegar, and even a Mad King. But I am not sorry to Stark. Your father is so stubborn. I advised him to make the first move. I also told him everything about Cersei's actions. But that fool ran to Cersei and said, I told you everything. I know your secret. Varys told me, I will make my move on you the day after tomorrow. I will give you 1 day to take your bastard child and escape from King's Landing. I do not want my sword to be stained with the blood of women and children. In the end, his sword was stained with his own blood. He is so stupid that it makes my heart ache. If I was not so good at dealing with people, and if several factions had placed their bets, I would have been killed by him. Even so, I respect his integrity. When Cersei sentenced him to death, I was the only one in King's Landing. I used my sweet tongue to persuade the Queen Dowager to give your father a chance to wear the black robe. In the end, Joffrey went mad. That was unexpected. If you did not try to stir up internal strife in the 7 kingdoms, my father would not have gone to King's Landing at all. The battle between the wolf and the lion was planned by you and Illyrio, Arya said coldly. According to what you're saying, all the deaths of the 7 nations can be blamed on me? Varys said unhappily. Enough. You are the mastermind. The people of the 7 kingdoms know that. There is no denying it. Tyrion tugged again and dragged Varys away. To tell you the truth, there are dangers and opportunities in this trip to the Barren Lands. Whether you succeed or not, at least you will escape hell, Tyrion said. I have the Atonement Scroll, Varys said. Huh. Where did you get the Atonement Scroll? 1 word from Saint Dany can send you to the deepest part of hell to accompany Luin. Do you believe me? The dwarf sneered. 1 word can decide whether a person goes to heaven or hell. Is heaven or hell our backyard? Varys said with a don't try to fool me look. The dwarf's gaze became strange. There was pity, disdain, and a hint of pride. Varys felt uncomfortable under his gaze. You have decided to refuse to join the teaching team? Tyrion did not have the enthusiasm from before. He was unusually cold. My image in his eyes has changed from a familiar person to a pig waiting to be slaughtered, as lowly as dust. Varys was shocked. He suddenly had a great fear of death. How was that possible? The fat eunuch forced a smile. There will always be a chance if I fight. If I don't fight, I will die now. Even an idiot knows what to choose. I just want to bargain and get more benefits. Then, he realized that the dwarf's gaze became gentle again. It was as if he had suddenly changed from a rascal in the same village who was at the bottom of society to an old classmate who could communicate with him on equal terms. After 5 years, the Dragon Queen will give up on pursuing your responsibility. Then, you will be free to choose your future path. Wear a black robe and serve at the Great Wall. Shave your head and enter the church's priory to repent for the people who died because of you in the Seven Kingdoms. Or, give yourself a sword and go to the stranger's kingdom of the dead to seek a possible reincarnation. The dwarf patted his shoulder and promised. I thought she would at least give me freedom. Varys sighed. If she said she would give you freedom, then she must be lying to you. Once you complete the mission, she will kill you. Tyrion sneered. Your crime has already spread to the Seven Kingdoms. Will the Dragon Queen slap her own face and convict you while absolving you of your crime? Varys was startled and asked, what about Arya? Can she be absolved of her crime? Only a lifetime of redemption. She will not be absolved of her crime overnight. The Great Judgment is not very fair, but it is definitely sacred and cannot be changed. Varys was silent for a moment and asked, how much support will I get? The barbarian royal family is on our side. As for the gold royals, there's an unlimited supply. Varys frowned. This is good news, but I do not know much about supernatural powers. I don't know where to start. You don't have to worry about that. The number 1 mage of the younger generation in the East is our advisor. Also, the number 1 supernatural organization in the barbarian lands, the Necromancer Association, also maintains a good relationship with the church. 2 days later, Dragonstone Island. St. Matthew, Tyrion, Arya, Varys, and the Hound stood in line and bid farewell to St. Danny. Matthew, you can't use your name anymore. Why? St. Matthew was surprised. You are an angel, the holy son of the Church of the Seven Gods. You should have a name that represents your mission. Today, I bestow upon you the name Chizong. 7 gods, 7 scriptures. Each scripture has a scripture book. Your mission is to spread the scriptures of the 7 scriptures to the barbarian lands and even the entire Jade Sea. Dragon Queen said emotionally, thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing a name. From now on, I am Chizong. Chizong swears to complete my mission. I will definitely spread the teachings of the Church of the 7 Gods in the Jade Sea. Chizong said solemnly. St. Danny nodded and asked, do you understand what you are carrying when you travel the barbarian lands? I understand. The mercy of the Holy Mother, the justice of the Heavenly Father, the freedom and glory of a young girl, the wisdom of an old woman, the hard work and creation of a blacksmith, the bravery of a warrior, the reverence of a stranger towards the unknown and mysterious. These are all things that I carry. Chizong said very wisely. St. Danny sighed. This is what your heart carries. You still need to carry it with your hands. Chapter 941. Dragonstone Island, Glass Garden. Under the weirwood that was newly transplanted from the continent. Chizong's hands are empty. How can I hold them? Chizong asked. Back then, the Holy Mother only taught you the first appearance of holy light, Song of Light, to subdue enemies. Today, on behalf of the Holy Mother, I will teach you 3 divine poems. Whirlwind, Scattered Clouds, Song of Wind, Burning the Heavens, Song of Fire, and Surging Turbid Waves, borrowing the power of Prime Minister Turtle's Water God. St. Danny pointed at Chizong's forehead. 3 7-pointed stars were branded between his brows, and then they combined into an even more complicated rune. Thank you, Holy Mother. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chizong knelt down in respect. As for you, don't just chant sutras all day long. You have to practice the divine palms that the Holy Mother taught you. On the surface, you only obtained 4 Holy Mother Divine Palms, but through combining them, you could derive at least 11 other smaller forms. Your Majesty, the Divine Palms consume divine power. How can I practice them? Qizong was troubled. Indeed, divine power is precious. It's too much of a pity to use it empty-handed. You can find those evil gods to fight, mainly to train your own palm strength, and wipe out the demons along the way, killing many birds with one stone. Saint Danny instructed earnestly. Qizong came to a realization. I've learned. The dwarf's mouth twitched. Saint Danny beckoned to the side, and several unsullied walked over. The person at the front received a wooden tray, and on it was a gorgeous robe. It was embedded with night pearls, emeralds, ruby pearls, mani pearls, red agates, purple corals, gold essence stones, and other treasures. It really was brilliant, dazzling to the eye. Saint Danny unfolded the robe, and the crisp sound of iron chains colliding could be heard from within. It turned out to be a brocaded chainmail. This is a brocaded cultivator robe. When you go out to preach, you have to wear it. It not only shows off the might of the 7 deities, it can also protect you from falling into hell and being poisoned. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qizong understood the dangers of preaching in the Eastern Earth, so he received the brocade tile armor with great care. Saint Danny then took a mo sword that was as tall as Qizong from the second Unsullied. This is a 9 rings tin blade. Normally, when it's sheathed in a gorgeous scabbard, it's like a walking stick. When you hold it, you look like a refined person. But once the scabbard was removed, it would become a warrior's blade. The handle is hollow and the surface is frosted. There's also a layer of calf leather that absorbs sweat and blood to prevent slippage. The total weight is only 25 pounds. Clang, 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 clang. When the 9 rings tin blade was handed over, the golden rings on the back of the blade swayed gently like the crisp sound of wind chimes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qizong now has both hands. Qizong smiled in satisfaction. No, it's not enough. Danny waved behind her and picked up a golden object that looked like a Hercules trophy from the Unsullied's tray. She held the end and swung it a few times like a club. This is a purple gold alms bowl. When the front is unscrewed, there's a hollow bowl-like structure inside. Usually, it's hung on your belt and can be used as a goblet or a bowl to eat. In special situations, you can stuff sand and pebbles into the bowl and tighten the lid. Then, you can use it as a hammer. The 9 rings tin blade won't break armor, but when this purple gold alms bowl hammers down, I guarantee that the enemy's internal organs will shatter. Your Majesty's considerations are very thorough. Qizong happily accepted the purple gold alms bowl. Then, Saint Danny looked at the dwarf. The dwarf also looked at her expectantly. You already have armor and an axe. It's enough to protect yourself. She said, Holy Mother Palm, show me. He couldn't hide the desire in his heart. You don't even have any self-awareness. If it's given to you, can you use it? Danny sneered. She looked at Arya and waved her hand. Another Unsullied came forward. Dragon Queen raised her chin. The Unsullied directly handed the tray to Arya. This is a set of Moke Divine armor. It's a steel armor soaked in Moke's divine power. You can wear it and enter the world of death. There's also a rapier. In the mortal world, it's a sister sword to your sewing needle. But once you enter the world of death, it's the sickle of death that you've been very familiar with recently. It's a physical entity formed completely from the divinity of death and divine power. The stronger your will is, the more tenacious it will be. The colder your heart is, the sharper it will be. When facing a baby, you feel pity and it's as soft as a feather. When facing an enemy, your killing intent is overwhelming and it can split heaven and earth. It's that magical? You can forge such a weapon? The dwarf looked at the white sword at her waist suspiciously. It's a white steel sword. His meaning was obvious. You use an iron sword yourself, but you say you're giving someone a divine sword. Is this reasonable? Of course, mortals can't forge such a divine weapon. This is a weapon forged by the blacksmith and Moke. It's a protective weapon for the successor. Saint Danny looked solemn. As for me, Danny looked down at her sword. One loaf of bread is enough to fill my stomach. Why would I waste it by buying 2 loaves of bread? The dwarf's expression twisted. In fact, Danny was telling the truth. It was a divine weapon that fused a large amount of divinity of death and divine power. St. Matthew could extract the power of belief of all living beings and forge an indestructible Madonna golden body. As long as one's belief was indestructible, the golden body was immortal. In other words, the concept of the merciful Madonna existed in the thoughts of all living beings. The golden body that St. Matthew created with the power of belief also existed and perished with the thoughts of all living beings. When everyone forgot about the Madonna, or changed their concept of the Madonna, the concept of the merciful Madonna would disappear and the golden body would perish. The merciful Madonna was a unified concept. The sharpness of the sword was also a unified concept of all living beings. In the past few days, Danny used St. Matthew to extract the power of belief and forge a thinking weapon. Not all living beings could come into contact with the concept of all living beings' thoughts. If they couldn't come into contact with it, they wouldn't be able to extract its power. Until now, Danny had only met St. Matthew, who could do this. Even she couldn't come into contact with the concept. When she became one of the Westeros, the situation would change. After the three-eyed crow became her follower, Danny asked Bran about this. Bran told her that Matthew wasn't a special case. Only a person with great faith could come into contact with the combination of all living beings' thoughts. In other words, only a person who gave everything to his faith could come into contact with a world of concepts, which was above the material world. The world that could be touched, smelled, seen, heard, and tasted was the material world. Then, were the form, sound, smell, taste, and touch the only senses of humans? Of course not. There was the 6th sense of the heart, the 7th sense of the end of time, the psychological sense of time, and maybe the 8th, 9th, and many other senses. Since one could define the material world through the 5 senses, then shouldn't this sensory world defined by the 6th sense and the 7th sense be equal to the material world and be defined as a world? For example, the material world shadow was the world of death. It could be defined because one's soul and heart could feel it. The conceptualized world was also defined by this. It was a strange world where one could only feel the concept of all living beings by letting go of oneself completely. Just like how mortals couldn't come into contact with the world of death, it was also difficult for the gods to come into contact with the world of concept. This was because the gods couldn't give up on themselves, and it was difficult for them to enter a state of emptiness. However, the gods didn't have much interest in that world. The benefits were too small, and the sacrifices were too great. It was just like Dany's little gold body. She had always given it to St. Matthew, and it wasn't of much use to her, unless the gods had a world-class source of faith and nurtured it carefully for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, only the 7 gods and the Red God had the potential to become world-class sources of faith. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your reward. This is indeed a divine sword. Arya hung the sword on her waist excitedly. Dany looked at Varys and handed him a palm-sized iron plate. You're going to be a spy in the evil god's camp. You'll be suspicious if you wear too good of a weapon. This iron plate belongs to the Balerion family of the 14th Fire Peak. It's the Patriarch's keepsake. It's very effective against the traps built by the Valeglia people. I heard that there are many ruins of the Valeglia people in the Far East. It might be useful. You can put it on your chest as a heart-protecting mirror. Varys knew that the Dragon Queen didn't like him, so he accepted the iron plate obediently. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your reward. I'll do my best to assist Master Chizong and complete the glorious mission of spreading the scriptures in the East. The Queen said, Varys, this name is inauspicious. Don't use it anymore. I'll give you the name Wuning. Why is it inauspicious? The fat eunuch was confused. I don't like it. It'll make me angry, and it'll lead to bad things happening to you. So it's inauspicious, Danny said lightly. The fat eunuch rubbed his nose and shrank back. Hound, this is Tile Steel armor and Tile Steel greatsword. You're Master Chizong's personal attendant, so you'll have to protect him at all times. Also, as a scalpel priest, you'll also have to take on the role of a white-robed healer. Use your extraordinary medical skills to build good karma in the barbarian capital and save the people. I'll use my life to protect Master Chizong. Hound's eyes were resolute as he swore. Very good. Saint Danny nodded with a smile. Now, you should know your roles in the team, right? Chizong will do his best to develop faith. Tyrion will deal with political and social problems. Wynnum will be the spy. Arya will deal with the enemies in the shadows. And Hound will protect Chizong. Chapter 942. The Sea King could be muddle-headed, but every Sea King was chosen by the city's professors and the Iron Treasury. At the beginning of the election, the Sea King could not be muddle-headed. If he wanted to be muddle-headed, he would have to wait for more than 10 years. When he got older and started slack off, he would be muddle-headed. Well, the Sea King was a lifelong ruler. Tormo Freygar was 35 years old this year. He was 9 meters tall, burly and strong, with a firm, square face and a body full of explosive power. He was in the prime of his life. He was skilled in martial arts, quick-witted and energetic. There were no major flaws in his character. Like the previous Sea Kings, he was an excellent leader. Therefore, when the Iron Treasury represented Tai Chu and brought Erlu's plan to the King's Landing to the Sea King's palace, Tormo did not refuse. Not only did he not refuse, but he immediately called for a meeting with the professors in charge of the Kingdom of Bravos and the Iron Treasury's key keeper to the palace to discuss this matter. It was no secret that there were icebergs on the sea. In the northernmost part of the trembling sea, ships often encountered icebergs. Seeing that the weather was getting colder day by day, they also understood that it was not impossible for Bravos and the Westeros to be connected by icebergs one day. Therefore, they made two decisions at that time. First, they formed the Narrow Sea Icebreaker Fleet, which was to arrange a fishing fleet around Bravos to fish and monitor the icebergs. Second, they recruited 20,000 mercenaries and 500 wildfire mages to the King's Landing. They would bring their own rations and ships to help the Westeros defend the capital. The people of Bravos had never heard of the story of how the teeth would be cold without the lips, but the principle was the same. The Westeros had become a world of ghosts. Sooner or later, tens of millions of ghouls would enter the continent of Essos. Any leader with a little foresight did not want to see the day when they would mend the leak in the heart of the river. Sending 20,000 troops at this time was just a drop in the ocean for them. When the King's Landing fell, they would suffer great losses if they wanted to mend the pen after the sheep were lost. The Sea King Tormo even decided that he would personally lead the people of Bravos to the King's Landing. He wrote letters to Dragonstone Island and the Iron Throne of King's Landing, expressing his attitude. The Dragon Queen was very happy. Not only did she agree to provide all the weapons and supporting priests for the volunteer army, but she also sent 500,000 atonement scrolls to the Ocean Palace so that the people of Bravos could also feel the love of the Holy Mother. When he saw the two huge boxes full of atonement scrolls, Sea King Tormo refused in his heart, because the people of Bravos had the House of Black and White. They did not need to go to the heaven of the seven gods. If not for the fact that his fear of Dragon Queen and Deathwing had not dissipated, the Sea King would have thrown them all into the fireplace for warmth. Even if they were not burned, the people of Bravos did not distribute the atonement scrolls. Instead, they shelved them and treated them lightly. But just as the people of Bravos were preparing to go to war, the Westeros detonated two big bombs in succession: the fall of the Western region and the fall of the King's Landing. The fall of the Western region. Millions of ghouls, like moldy spots, quickly tainted half of the southern Westeros. Unless a real god descended to Earth, the Westeros were doomed. Especially the fire of the King's Landing and the invasion of the city by the deviant ghosts. Even the Sea King Tormo despaired. The people of Bravos retreated. They did not think that there would really be a god descending to Earth. In this way, it was delayed until the Great Judgment. Before the Great Judgment, the Dragon Queen led the volunteer army like a god descending from heaven. After the Great Judgment, the people of Bravos feared the Bran like a demon. Maybe, without our support, the Westeros can also defend the King's Landing? Tormo shook his head. Defending the King's Landing is meaningless. Maybe the child of prophecy is Dany Rise. She can end the long night. Stannis is not without hope. His two-headed dragon. I heard that a few days ago he burned the castles of 3 nobles who surrendered to the deviant ghosts. That is terrifying. Moreover, almost all the red-robed monks in the city of Ursus went to the King's Landing to support him. It is obvious that he is the savior mentioned in Lalo Asha's prophecy, said the head doctor in a deep voice. But he is much weaker than Dany Rise, especially with the addition of the three-eyed crow. The Westeros are completely under her control. I am afraid that after the long night ends, the world will return to the situation where one family dominated the world during the time of Alleglia, lamented Tormo. I heard that her situation is not good, said the head doctor in a hesitant tone. Looking at the key man, Bisuro hesitantly said, Your Majesty the Sea King, Sir Steward, I wonder if you've asked the master of the Moon Chanter Temple to calculate the twilight of the gods, the long night of the gods. He lowered his voice to the lowest level. Silence filled the hall. The eyes of the elders became vigilant and sharp. The news has spread? You all know. After a while, the Sea King asked. The head doctor and the head doctor looked at each other and nodded slightly. The high priests in the various temples have received similar prophecies, said a head doctor. The Sea King lamented. The war between the gods has nothing to do with us mortals, but she is Dany Rise, the future first empress of the world. I have been to the Moon Chanter Temple. The river of fate is chaotic, and no one knows the future. However, we can gather information from all sides. Now, we can confirm that the twilight of the gods is very likely to happen. If in the war between the gods, Dany Rise is as invincible and unstoppable as she was in the mortal world, the twilight of the gods will turn into the long night of the gods. Hiss! She left no leeway. Everyone gasped. Did she leave any leeway for the World Alliance? The flood outside Marine City was obviously prepared for many days. She wanted to wipe out the World Alliance from the beginning, said Tormo with a bitter smile. What is the worst outcome? The head doctor sighed and said helplessly, We have decided to pay the Dragon Queen's debt. The worst outcome is to return to 400 years ago. The true dragon ruled the world, and Bravos became a regional power. Let's not get involved in the affairs of the gods. Let's talk about whether we should send reinforcements to the King's Landing. It has been more than a month, and the favor has become a debt. There must be reinforcements, said the Sea King. It is snowing in Bravos, and the north wind is blowing. There is no production in the dark, and people freeze and starve to death every day. It is also beneficial for us to end the long night a day earlier. Now, I am afraid that our people will go to the King's Landing and be caught between the red-robed monk and the 7 gods. According to my original intention, it is better to contact the Dragon Queen alone and incorporate the Bravos volunteers into the volunteer corps. But if we do that, it will be equivalent to us supporting Dany Rise as queen, and we will not be able to recover the millions of gold royals we owe to Stannis. Alas, why is the Dragon Queen unwilling to accept the debt? It is only 4 or 5 million gold royals, said the doctor. Your Majesty, my lords, there is news from the Moon Chanter Temple. At this moment, the Sea King's court officer walked quickly into the council hall and said with a serious expression, The gods have left Bravos. What do you mean? Speak clearly. The Sea King was confused. Your Majesty, all the gods on the islands of the gods have left Bravos, said the court officer. All the gods. The Sea King was shocked. Yes. Why? Is there a catastrophe in Bravos, and they are hiding from it? The doctor suddenly stood up, his face pale. I'm not sure. Your Majesty, you should go to the Moon Chanter Temple in person. There are some things that the High Priest can only tell you, said the court officer. Today's Imperial Conference ends here. I will go to the Islands of the Gods. Because the people of Bravos were a combination of many ethnic groups, They had truly achieved freedom of worship, and all the gods in the world were respected by them. Just like the school of black and white worshipped all the gods of death, the islands of the gods worshipped all the gods in the world. Even the seven gods had a temple on the islands of the gods called the Outer Sanctum, which was mainly for West Arrow sailors to worship. The most magnificent temple on the islands of the gods belonged to neither the Red God nor the school of black and white, but the Moon Chanter Temple. It was the Moon Chanter who led the first slaves to Bravos. It was a building that was completely white in the moonlight. It was a huge, snow-white marble palace with a large silver dome and milky white glass windows that showed the different states of the moon. Beside each door was a pair of tall marble maidens, supporting the crescent-shaped beams. The maidens and the moon were the representatives of the Moon Chanter. The short and fat high priest led a group of men and women in white priest robes to receive the Sea King. Because of Danny Rice's team of preachers. Recently, there's a saying in the supernatural world that if you eat a holy monk from the Western Sanctum, you can live forever. Everyone is tempted, she said directly. You can live forever by eating people? Are you kidding me? The Sea King shouted in disbelief. Won't you live forever if you become a god? The Sea King was stunned. You can live forever if you become a god. But is it so easy to become a god? It's not easy, so this is a rare opportunity. They all left. What's going on? Tell me the whole story. I'm not a supernatural, so I don't understand. The Sea King frowned. The old woman with sallow skin and a pointy head sighed helplessly and asked, "Do you know about the team of preachers?" More than a month ago, there was news from the barbarian capital that the Blue House of Bo would establish the Church of the Seven Gods as the national religion and appoint Matthew, an eminent monk from the Western Sanctum, as the national guardian. I really didn't know about that. The long night fell, and most of the news between Bravos and the outside world was cut off. The Sea King shook his head. No wonder. I only found out about it after contacting the main temple on the Jajesnai plains through the glass candle. What does that mean? The Sea King asked curiously. This is the most influential event in the transcendent world of the barbarian land in the past few thousand years. Before this, the barbarian land never had a national religion nor a national guardian. It's too hateful. Think about it. Even the Jajesnai plains, which is thousands of miles away from the barbarian capital, has spread the news. Seeing that the Sea King was still confused, the old zebra man said, "This is equivalent to announcing a temple in Bravos as the ruler of the islands of the gods." "Gods, this," the Sea King exclaimed, completely understanding the impact of this. "I'm afraid the other churches are going to explode." The fat zebra man nodded. The barbarian land is already exploding. The three great emperors have issued a declaration of rebellion. A total of 18 temples, 36 rebellious kings, 72 smokes, and 108 mountains, PS, have pledged to take down the barbarian capital, kill the fatuous king, annihilate the Bo family, slaughter the cultivators, and destroy all the temples of the seven gods. The Blue House of Bo is going to be destroyed. I remember 5 years ago, you told me that the Bo family had at least 100 years of national fate. The Sea King was shocked. 5 years ago, I didn't know that the long night was coming. The fat woman said awkwardly, "Who are the rebels?" The Sea King asked again. Chapter 943. I remember that the barbarian land was divided into 3 parts, with 3 emperors standing side by side. They were the Orthodox Blue dynasty's Buchi, who occupied Edu in the south, Chirong, a descendant of the Huang dynasty who perished 1,000 years ago, who occupied Kikisa in the far east, and Bo Xiong, the founder of the Orange dynasty, who occupied the trade town in the north. The Sea King was puzzled. There are only 3 emperors in the barbarian land. Why would the 3 emperors issue a joint declaration of war? It can't be that they shouldn't be attacking themselves. Have you forgotten that there are still the zebra people in the Jajesnai plains in the north of the barbarian land? What does the zebra people have to do with the establishment of the state preceptor and the state religion? The Sea King was even more puzzled. The long night has been here for more than half a year, and the zebra people are running out of food, so they took the opportunity to go south. The zebra man said matter-of-factly, From the Jajesni Plains to the barbarian land, they have to cross at least 2,000 kilometers of land. Is there a need to go so far to plunder the barbarian land? The Sea King was puzzled. Do you think the zebra people plan to return to the north? The long night may last for a generation. Even the Dragon Queen said that it would be difficult to end the long night in 10 years. The fat woman shook her head. That's inviting the wolf into the house. The Sea King sighed. The fat priest said disapprovingly, "Anyway, the zebra people are destined to go south. With 100,000 cavalry, they will either trample the other warlords or bring trouble to the south. The barbarian land is in the southernmost part of the barbarian land, close to the sea and rich in resources. Buchi's palace is even bigger than the king's landing city. Think about it. Who else would he plunder?" So the 18 major sects, 36 rebel kings, 72 smoke and dust, and 108 mountains are mainly going to the barbarian land to plunder food and money, and eliminating the Church of the Seven Gods is just an excuse? The Sea King asked. That's not it. If the state religion and the state preceptor were not established, the warlords would not be united. Those rebel kings and warlords are supported by extraordinary sects, and many cities are directly ruled by the priests and wizards of the gods. They don't care how many people die in a long night, but they can't tolerate the state religion and state preceptor in the barbarian land. The Zebra Man explained, Westeros is rife with deviants. Why is Daenerys going to the Barren Lands? Also, the barbarian emperor, it's already nighttime. Why don't you behave? The Sea King was confused. I heard that before the long night, Dany Alice had signed a sacred marriage contract with the Bow family. In the future, one of her sons or grandsons would marry the Bow family's daughter and inherit the throne of the barbarian Bow family. In other words, Dany Rise had used her own strength to extend the Blue Court's lifespan for 1,000 years, and Targaryen had joined the barbarians and become the king of the barbarians. This was beneficial to both sides. Since she is the master of the land, it is only natural that the Church of the Seven Gods should be established as the national religion. So that's how it is, but she's too impatient. Her son hasn't even been born yet. The Sea King laughed. The long night is the best time to develop faith, especially for foreign churches, breaking down the old and establishing the new. Dany Rise's idea was not wrong. First, let the Church of the Seven Gods become the national religion of the land. In the future, it would be more logical for her son to become the emperor. It's just that she's not from the barbarians. I didn't expect the situation in the barbarians to be so complicated. The old woman sighed. The Sea King nodded. You're right. She grasped the right opportunity, but she used the wrong method. But why did her scripture teaching team attract the attention of the gods? Do the gods of the western continent of Ursus need to fight for the faith of the barbarians? Or is it because of the twilight of the gods against her? The Sea King lowered his voice. The twilight of the gods is not a very important factor. The key is that eating the holy monk's flesh can make one immortal. The old woman's voice was faint, and a trace of undetectable greed flashed in her old black eyes. Where did this come from? The Sea King asked curiously. Do you know who is in the scripture teaching team? The Sea King shook his head. I just heard about it today. Do you know St. Matthew? The old woman asked. Hiss, that's the angel of the seven gods, a powerful demigod. Who would dare to eat him? The Sea King was shocked. Eating St. Matthew would only give you a 5% chance of becoming a demigod, but his value is too low. He is not the legendary holy monk. The old woman asked mysteriously, Do you know the children of God? The direct relatives of the true gods. The white dragon horse's neck was ringing. It was carrying Qizong and his 4 disciples. It was not easy to preach in the eastern lands, and it was easy to not achieve great results. Tessa carried the 5 dwarfs, a load of scriptures, and several boxes of atonement scrolls away from Dragonstone Island and crossed the narrow sea. When they landed at Pinto's Pier, the huge pterosaur caused a commotion among the fishermen and merchants. Qizong was wearing a brocade robe. Under the crowd's gaze, he said to the city guard who came after hearing the news, Sir Knight, I'm a missionary from the great holy church of the seven gods of the West. I hope to meet your prince and discuss with him about preaching in Pentos. The soldier's attention was attracted by Chizong's luxurious robe, and he was also called a Sir Knight. He kindly reminded him, "Missionary, our prince is dying. Don't make a fool of yourself. Leave Pentos quickly. The prince here will not be in the mood to see you." When Chizong heard that, he was delighted. He said, "To tell you the truth, I know the holy healing art. I can treat the prince's illness. My fourth disciple is also a scalpel priest. Scraping bones and scraping rot is not a problem. So it is Sir Priest. Nowadays, the status of the true priests of the seven gods in the world of transcendence and in the mortal world was completely different. The guard with the blue forked beard immediately became respectful. He first bowed before shaking his head and saying, "His Highness the Prince does not have any illness. He is to be sacrificed to the god of earth and sea to appease his wrath." Sacrificing the prince? Chizong was shocked. Eldest senior brother took a step forward and said, "Master Chizong, this is a tradition in Pentos." After the great calamity in Valeglia, the prince lost his backer and gradually became a puppet. The actual ruling power is in the hands of trading princes like Illyrio. Every time the city loses a battle or the harvest is bad, the prince's neck will be slit and sacrificed to the unknown god of earth and sea. I have also heard of this, but this is the first time I have left the country and come to Pentos. It is truly hard to imagine, Chizong muttered. The dwarf asked the blue-bearded guard, "I wonder what happened in the city this time?" The guard pointed at the sky. "The sun has already been out for half a year. Everyone is cold and hungry, unable to live any longer. Haha, now you Pentos people can watch the princes being beheaded every day." Eldest senior brother Tyrion said in schadenfreude, "There are that many princes?" Chizong was shocked. Second senior brother rolled up his sleeves and stomped his feet. Pentos has more than 40 established noble families. If we take turns killing them once every 2 months, we should be able to last until the long night ends. We need the princes to stamp their names on the customs clearance documents. What do we do? Chizong said anxiously. Nonsense, eldest senior brother said impatiently. There is no need for a customs clearance document. We could just fly to barren land. Who can stop us? You don't understand. The customs clearance document is only one of the reasons. Chizong took a few steps back and said by his eldest disciple's ear, "Our goal is to lay down a path of faith. When we pass by a city, we will obtain the recognition of a city's leader. It is best if we can even build a temple and buy a group of believers through atonement scrolls. The Westeros are too far from barren land. The transmission of the seven deities' divine force is extremely sluggish, the consumption too great. This is the reason why the Holy Mother still hasn't displayed any miracles in barren land." When he said this, Chizong's voice became even softer, almost inaudible. "The reason why we came to Pentos first is because Bravos already has a holy cathedral. The archbishop was even arranged by Baylor Holy Cathedral." Eldest senior brother came to a realization. If it was any other time, it really wouldn't be easy. However, it is the long night right now, and we have the atonement scrolls. Sigh, Illyrio has been executed. If we came 2 days earlier, we could have asked him for help. The dwarf said regretfully. Second senior brother's expression became gloomy. He said calmly, "It's useless even if we asked him. Because of my younger sister, his relationship with the royal family is extremely bad. Moreover, after selling his family's property, he can no longer be considered a trading prince." Eldest senior brother patted second senior brother's shoulder and said with a sigh, "He only gave himself up after seeing his granddaughter. He died a worthy death." Second senior brother shook his head. He didn't want to talk about the tragic death of an old friend of several decades. He said to the anxious Chizong's master, "Seeing the prince is difficult, but also easy. Wuning, do you have any good ideas?" Chizong said happily. When he heard his new name, second senior brother's chubby face twitched a few times. He walked up to Bluebeard's imperial bodyguard and handed over 2 gold royals. He directly said, "Tell your family's master that we have to see the prince before tonight. 3,000 gold radiance coins." Gulp! The imperial bodyguard gripped the gold royals and swallowed with difficulty. His eyes seemed to have turned into golden dragons. "Sir Preacher, are you sure? 3,000? Second senior brother didn't say anything else. He pulled out a stack of golden bills from his belt. It was a sheepskin scroll that was dyed golden. "Look carefully. This is an unregistered deposit receipt from the Iron Treasury. I guarantee that you will be able to see the prince this afternoon," the imperial bodyguard immediately said. He kept his word. 2 hours later, Qizong and his disciples arrived at Pinto's palace. "How do you know that Bluebeard's family is so capable?" Walking on the stone path from the palace to the altar, the dwarf still felt that it was a bit inconceivable. In the early years, Pintos suffered a defeat at the hands of Bravos and signed an agreement to limit military power. Pintos has no more than 20 warships and no more than 500 city guards. Meanwhile, there are more than 40 imperial families in the city. Including the trading princes and nobles, there are more than 100 families. Tell me, how precious is a single guard position? Pintos was a coastal city to begin with. The temple in the palace was also built by the sea. The altar to worship the gods was built on a cliff, half of it floating above the sea. It was 20 meters in diameter and had a marble base. It was paved with half a meter of blue gravel. The altar was divided into 3 levels. The center was 5 meters in diameter. The main altar was 2 meters above the ground. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes knelt at the center. His eyes were dim and his face was filled with despair. He should be Prince Pintos. On the side were 4 tall and sturdy men. They didn't wear any clothes, their skin painted with the patterns of the sea and earth. Under the strange, sacrificial song of a hunchbacked old priest in blue and black robes, the 4 sturdy men spread their legs and surrounded the prince, performing a barbaric dance. There were 2 rings outside the main altar, divided into 2 levels. The inner level had 200 to 300 people. They were all dressed in solemn attire, most of them black or purple. There was a clan emblem printed on their chests. Quite a few of them had clear Valeglia characteristics. There were less than 100 people in the outer circle. They were all dressed in colorful, exceptionally gaudy and luxurious attire. They were all of different races. "There's no chance today. Let's wait for the next prince to come up. I need to go to the washroom. Varys, come with me." When he saw this scene, Tyrion shook his head and walked away. But in less than 10 minutes, the fat eunuch ran back in a panic. As he ran, he shouted, "Master, it's bad. Eldest senior brother has been captured by demons." Chapter 944. Whether it was Tyrion and Varys, or St. Matthew and Arya who had never been to this city, they were all legendary figures known by every household. Just like in Journey to the West, when Tang Sanzang and the others traveled west, when Sun Wukong announced his name, a group of monsters immediately cried out in surprise. The Horse Protector one who wreaked havoc in heaven 500 years ago. Little Devil Monkey Tyrion, 8-clawed Spider Varys, Holy Son Matthew, and Bloodfiend Arya were all famous. Even the Hound with the least reputation was not completely unknown. Therefore, when they arrived at the altar, there were immediately trade princes and Pintos royalty who came to welcome them. The dwarf felt that since the princes were already on the altar, they were like fish on the chopping board. He could not let them sign for him today. Moreover, his stomach was indeed a little bloated. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he pulled Varys to the toilet in the palace at the side. When the servants brought them away, Master Qizong explained his purpose for coming to everyone. The purpose of this trip is purely to spread the teachings of the 7 gods. Therefore, when we pass by various cities, we also have plans to spread the name of the 7 gods. He was very frank, directly stating his request. "Sirs, if you can make things easy for us, the church and I will be eternally grateful. Just wait, we definitely can't do it today." Among the trade princes, a dark-skinned fatty named Jacob shook his head and said, "The Pintos people all spoke Valeglia with an accent. It was not that they did not understand the common language, Westeros, but they were not as proficient as Jacob, who specialized in the brocade business of Westeros. Master Qizong had never left the country before and could only speak advanced Valeglia. Therefore, The Pinto's nobles chose to let Jacob receive the distinguished guests. When will the next princes be elected? Master Chizong asked. About 2 months later. There is a set of strict rules and ceremonies for the election of princes. Master Chizong was shocked. He also understood why his second disciple had said that at the docks. I can't wait 2 months. Can you make an exception? The matter of stamping the customs documents and building the temple of the 7 gods does not necessarily require the prince's consent, he said. This sort of thing has to be done by a prince, Black Jacob said softly. Could it be that Grandmaster Chizong doesn't understand the significance of what he is doing? I am purely preaching. I have no other intentions. Chizong said sincerely. The 7 gods coming to Pintos to plant their flag is equivalent to seizing the benefits of the other gods. Only the prince can take the blame for this. If something really happened, they could just chop off his head and replace him with someone else. But if we help you or reject you, the wrath of the gods or the Dragon Queen will descend upon us. Do you understand what I say? The dark-skinned prince of trade was quite frank. Chizong also felt the other party's sincerity, so he changed his suggestion. Can you delay it for a day and let the prince deal with my matter first before offering sacrifices to the gods? Master, you said it yourself. This is a sacrifice to the gods. The dark-skinned fatty said helplessly, not to mention a day. I can even delay it for a year. But won't the gods be angry? If this happened to the Holy Mother, she would also be angry, right? No, the Holy Mother doesn't need a blood sacrifice. Grandmaster Chizong shook his head and said solemnly, Our Church of the 7 Gods also doesn't interfere with the kingdom's internal affairs. The country belongs to the nobles and the king, and the faith and teachings belong to the 7 gods. The fatty rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, This doctrine is not bad, but our God of earth and sea doesn't interfere with politics. He's going to kill the king, and he doesn't interfere with politics? Chizong had a look of disbelief. The prince doesn't have much power and doesn't participate in Pinto's politics. How can sacrificing him be considered interfering in politics? The fatty pointed at his chest. Killing me will cause unrest in the country. Chizong's expression was blank, and he couldn't refute that for a moment. Bah, this is a country of ghosts. Hound spat, his eyes full of disdain as if he had seen a pile of feces. We don't have deviant ghosts here. Only you Westeros have them. The dark-skinned fatty laughed. Coming. Aaliyah's eyes focused. Her figure flashed, and she appeared before Chizong with her right hand on her sword. What's coming? The surrounding people were puzzled at first, but when they saw Arya's actions and cold eyes, they realized her identity as a bloodseeker. They thought she was going to start a massacre again and retreated in fear. Chizong didn't know what was going on at first, but he was a level 2 archangel after all. He soon sensed a sinister and greedy divine sense approaching from afar. In Aaliyah's vision, a bloody mist with golden threads surged from the depths of the sea. It was like a long tongue, coiling around the prince at the center of the altar. He looked dejected, his face pale, and the light in his eyes dimmed bit by bit. Evil God! Grandmaster Chizong couldn't help but tighten his grip on the 9-ringed tin blade, his eyes dark and gloomy. Only Aaliyah and Chizong had the perspective of the shadow world. In the eyes of the others, everything on the altar was normal. No, there were transcendents here. Many of the inner circle's royals and outer circle's priests all had solemn expressions at this moment. They even bowed their heads in an unusually respectful manner. They all knew what was happening. At this moment, the hunchbacked priest finished chanting the sacrificial song. He stepped forward and let out a beast-like roar. He pulled out a dagger, shaped like a dragon's tooth, from his waist and slit the prince's throat. Blood sprayed everywhere, and Arya could hear the sound of someone sucking in blood. It wasn't an illusion. The god was enjoying his sacrifice. Should we slay the demon? She asked softly. Chizong hesitated. It was unknown whether he was talking to Aaliyah or to himself. This should be the guardian of the Pentosian city. The customs are different from place to place, and our main purpose is to preach before he could finish. His second disciple's wailing came from afar. Master, not good. Elder brother has been captured by the demon. What? Zong was shocked. The fat eunuch ran out of the white birch forest that separated the altar from the palace. His body was covered in dirt, and the smell of fermented manure could be smelled from afar. Tyrion was taking a dump in the latrine when a black hairy hand reached out from below, grabbed his penis, and pulled it down. The force was so strong that even the wooden floor around the latrine collapsed. It was horrible. The fat eunuch's fat face twisted. He clamped his legs together, as if he felt a soul-tearing pain from somewhere. "It stinks. Did you fall into the latrine?" The people around covered their noses and backed away. "Ah, I didn't fall into the latrine." Varys shook his head as he tried to pull Master Zong away with his shit-stained hand. He quickly explained. Tyrion was screaming like his heart was about to break. "I saw him quickly sinking into the manure pit, so I tried to pull him away, but I was splashed with feces. Master, go save him." "How do you know it's a demon?" Zong avoided his second disciple's claw and wondered, could it be that the latrine has been in disrepair for a long time and the floor is rotten? "You should have called the guards immediately." "No, it's a demon." The demon grabbed his penis and pulled him down. "I was also squatting beside the latrine, so it tried to grab me, but I missed. I'm a water dancer, after all." With a quick snake-form steps, I didn't even wipe my butt before scurrying out. I managed to escape. The fat eunuch was very excited and said while waving his hands, "Maybe it's an assassin hiding in the latrine." Hound guessed. Before Tyrion was completely dragged into the latrine, he screamed "Evil God" in fear, and then he sank down. The fat eunuch cried out. The people around him had twisted faces and gulped. "Evil God!" Arya and Zhang's expressions changed. They suddenly turned around, and their eyes were cold. They no longer hesitated. "Hey, demon, hand over my disciple." Zong shouted. He pulled out the gorgeous scabbard, and the 9-ringed monk's staff instantly turned into a 9-ringed straight-sword. In front of the stunned eyes of the Pintos trade princes and the royal family, the sorcerer shouted, "Brocade holy garment, mighty dragon of heaven." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 2 lapis lazuli stones on the brocade robe shone with a dazzling green light, turning into 2 green 5-clawed dragons that circled around Zong. They were 2 wind elves. Newton's laws completely lost effect on Zong. It was as if there was a spring under his feet. He jumped lightly and jumped 4 to 5 meters high, crossing 7 to 8 meters. While he was in the air, a circle of holy flames rose from his large blade. "How dare you, demon? I want you to reveal your true form." Boom! The blade seemed to have cut through the air, but the surrounding dark space began to tremble. A woo in the sky and at the bottom of the sea, painful howls sounded at the same time. The howls in the air came from souls. The monsters in the sea struggled fiercely, and their cries were like thunder. Water splashed more than 10 meters, and there were traces of blood. The huge water column landed on the altar and almost swept a few of the dumbstruck merchants into the sea. "Save us, tsunami!" they shouted. "Demon, you don't know your place, daring to harm people in front of me." Grandmaster Zong cut through the evil god's soul with one strike, and his movements didn't stop. His feet stepped on the air, and as if he was using Qigong, he jumped into the sea. While he was in the air, his right palm slapped down. "Holy Mother Divine Palm, raise fire and burn the sky." The little gold avatar that the Holy Mother gave him immediately appeared on his body, revealing a 10-meter-tall Holy Mother that looked like a Susanoo. The Holy Mother's palm, which was even larger than a door, produced a sharp whistle in the air. Endless blacksmith's divine flames were contained within, and it slapped down on the head of the black figure rolling in the sea. Boom! The high temperature brought about a tsunami-like water vapor shockwave. A huge splash of water with a radius of 10 meters surged on the surface of the sea, and the floating altar was on the verge of collapse. No, a horrifying soul howl spread in all directions, and then it suddenly stopped. "So it's a crocodile." Grandmaster Zhang's dignified voice came from below the altar. A group of Pintos dignitaries who hadn't recovered from the shock walked to the edge of the altar in a daze, stuck their heads out, and looked down at the sea below. They saw that under the cliff, more than 20 meters high, flames were blazing and thick smoke was billowing. Grandmaster Qizong stood proudly on the belly of a giant crocodile. The 20-meter-long crocodile's belly was swollen, as if endless divine flames were burning in its internal organs, so much so that its belly was faintly transparent. A large amount of golden-red flames mixed with black smoke spewed out from its mouth, eyes, nostrils, anus, and other parts. Grandmaster Qizang's staff was stuck in the crocodile's throat. Oh no, it was the 9-ring broadsword. However, no blood flowed out. What spurted out from the wound were clusters of flames, and the smell of burning drifted all the way to the altar above. Oh no, sighed Godchi. In the silence, the hunchbacked old priest who presided over the blood sacrifice ceremony was the first to react. Then he opened his mouth and wailed. The believers of Sai God around him also cried, but their cries soon turned into the sound of blood spurting out from their throats. Gods, what are you doing? The Bloodseeker has gone mad and is killing people. Seeing Arya shuttling through the crowd like a phantom, cutting throats one after another, the dignitaries were scared out of their wits. Chapter 945. The unforeseen event had come too suddenly. Sacrificing their king to an evil god was unthinkable in the eyes of Westeros, but it was a tradition in Pentos. Why was the Prince of Ragged Clothes, the leader of the wind-blown mercenary group, called Prince of Ragged Clothes? Was he bragging? No, he really was a prince of Pentos, but he didn't want to be sacrificed like an animal. So he ran to another city the day he was elected as prince. Today's ritual was a rare event for the preaching team, but for the nobles present, it was an old show that they had watched countless times. So they were very calm, thinking that today's ritual would end like the previous ones. But when Master Qizong shouted, "Mighty Dragon of Heaven," and killed their city's guardian in less than 30 seconds, the nobles and trade princes didn't even react. It wasn't until Arya was slaughtering the crowd, and they felt the danger that they began to scream in panic. Guards, where are the guards? Bloodfiend Arya has gone mad. St. Matthew, save us. Your disciple's demonic nature is on a killing spree. They screamed in fear. Don't be afraid, don't panic. Master Qizong was surrounded by an azure dragon. He jumped up and crossed 20 meters to return to the altar. Looking at the corpses lying in pools of blood, the master shouted, "What have you done?" Master Qizong, they are all priests of evil gods, and they were about to attack you. Arya said blankly, "How can I not know who they are? With my ability, how can they hurt me? If you kill like this, how will the lords around look at us at the church?" Westerners were just that straightforward. The kind-looking Master Qizong spoke frankly, but the lords on the altar all had twisted expressions, not knowing how to answer. Did you save Tyrion? Varys was more concerned about his friend. Master Qizong was stunned, feeling a bit embarrassed that he had forgotten about his eldest disciple. Lords, it's not that my disciple and I went crazy, nor is it that the Church of Seven wants to interfere with the internal affairs and beliefs of Pentos. It's just that you're sacrificing to an evil god, and it's burning in the sea below. Everyone can see what it looks like. How can a crocodile be a good person? Of course, this is not the reason why we attacked. Not only did this evildoer fool all of you, he even dragged my eldest disciple into the cesspool when he went to the toilet. I don't know where he is, and I don't even know if he's dead or alive. After explaining the reason, Grandmaster Qizong reminded them meaningfully. Princes and lords, surely you are aware of Tyrion's identity? If he somehow died in the latrine of the Pentos Palace, Dragonstone Island is less than 500 kilometers away from Pentos. He said softly. The faces of the Pentos dignitaries turned extremely ugly, and the anger in their eyes gradually turned into worry. Indeed, Grandmaster Qizong had gone too far by killing their god, and Bloodfiend Arya's slaughter of the priests was even more outrageous. However, they had done so on the premise that the dwarf had died in the scheme of Sai, and had died so miserably. Out of the hundreds of people present, more than 90% of them didn't know that the Sai they were worshipping was real. They just wanted to find someone to take the blame and anger the civilians. Of the remaining 10%, 90% had never seen the god they believed in. Only a few nobles knew the true meaning of blood sacrifice, to use the king's blood to raise the crocodile god, the god of earth and sea. Therefore, among the Pinto's dignitaries, most of them only felt anger and fear towards Grandmaster Chizong and Arya's actions, but not much hatred. They didn't know about the existence of gods, so naturally they had no feelings. How could they hate a stranger who had died? They only felt that their authority had been offended and endangered. However, compared to the anger of the Dragon Queen, being offended was not even worth mentioning. Grandmaster, this has nothing to do with us. Black Jacob, representing the Prince of Trade, said pitifully. Hand over Tyrion first. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Chizong frowned. This is the first time I've seen this crocodile god. We only knew this afternoon that the missionaries had come to Pentos. We had no chance to participate in this, and we don't even know where Prince Xian is. Jacob said awkwardly. Grandmaster Chizong, you can use divine arts to find him, Hound reminded. Chizong came to a realization. He slapped his forehead and blamed himself. I forgot about the divine art Her Majesty taught me. The so-called divine art was the giant lucid locator technique version 2.0. Chizong didn't leave soul fragments in the four land dignitaries, but divine power of faith. Compared to soul fragments, it was easier to dispel and harder to locate. The further the distance, the less clear one's senses would be. However, it also greatly reduced the side effects. He's not dead yet. A moment later, Chizong opened his eyes in surprise and looked towards the dark sea to the southwest. He's in the water, surrounded by a foul stench. It's like he's in the sea, but also like he's in a cesspool. The cesspool is connected to the sea. Varys immediately said, Warning, stay here and comfort the princes for me. I'll go save Tyrion, Chizong said in a low voice. Then his expression turned serious as he shouted, Brocade Saint Robe, mighty heavenly dragon, Pomi Mommy Cokes. Roar. 2 pieces of lapis lazuli on the brocade Saint Robe that was decorated with jewels shattered, turning into 2 smaller azure dragons that circled around Chizong's legs. Whoosh! Then, Master Chizong was like a rocket launcher, flying into the sky with the sound of howling winds. He drew an arc in the air, flying towards the southwest. The surrounding Pinto's nobles were all stunned. When Chizong disappeared from their sight, they immediately began to discuss excitedly. Sia's god above, St. Matthew can actually fly? What sorcery is this? He's an angel. He has wings, so it's not strange that he can fly. Did you see the wings? Maybe it's a pair of invisible wings. Anyway, he can fly, and the hundreds of thousands of people in King's Landing have seen his angel wings. Sia's god, is a mere 7 gods cultivator actually this powerful? Someone said in shock. Stop talking about Sia's god. He's in the sea, and he's still smoking. Smell it. He's all burnt, a royal said bitterly. This crocodile god is more than 20 meters long. He's not inferior to the Megalosaurus, right? Sia's god is called the god of earth and sea, and he really lives up to his name. It's a pity that the god we've worshipped for thousands of years was easily killed by a cultivator from the Church of 7 Gods. He only used one move, Holy Mother Palm. Sigh, the difference is too great. After waiting for only 15 minutes, Master Chizong returned to the altar with the dwarf. The dwarf was wearing tile steel armor. He only took off the leather pants under the skirt armor when he was defecating. At this time, the smoky black armor had been washed clean by the seawater. Between the leather pants and the armor, there was a lot of yellowish-brown flocculence. There were also water droplets of the same color seeping out from the inner lining of the armor. The smell was nauseating. The dwarf's condition was not good either. The first thing that attracted people's attention was his bulging belly. He was full. His expression was blurry. His cheeks were pale and even a little swollen. Yellowish-brown liquid and lumps kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. The smell, looking at the fecal water flowing out of the dwarf's mouth, mixed with white and fat maggots and fresh, old feces, The surrounding nobles seemed to empathize with him. They began to retch with ashen faces. His cashmere leather pants were pushed back to his knees because the shin armor on his calf had not completely slipped off. This was nothing, only revealing two hairy, white thighs that were frozen. What was terrifying was the dwarf's penis. It was like a rubber band that had lost its elasticity after being pulled with all its might. Yet, it still had its head half raised. Its body was covered in bite marks, dripping with blood. It was like a sugar cane that had been chewed by an old man with bad teeth. The two balls below were swollen, like longevity peaches. They were still dripping with blood. "He's still alive?" Varys asked softly. "You and Hound, help him squeeze the feces out of his stomach." Chizong placed the dwarf on the ground. Guji, the fat eunuch, stepped on the dwarf's bulging belly. With a bit of force, a fountain of feces gushed out, reaching 2 to 3 meters into the air, splashing everywhere. The smell grew thicker and thicker, forcing the nobles who were watching the show to take 3 steps back. "What's going on?" Varys asked as he massaged the dwarf's belly. "When I got there were 3 evil gods having sex at the bottom of the sea. They should have been shooting arrows at him." Chizong's expression was awkward. His tone was rather unnatural. "Sword dance." Everyone was in an uproar. Could it be 3 female evil gods? Varys was puzzled. "I remember the claws that grabbed my butt. They were hairy and covered in black hair. Their palms were huge. They didn't look human at all. Indeed, it didn't look human. I can't be sure if they were male or female. I've never seen monsters like that. They just surrounded Tyrion in a frenzy." Chizong's eyes flickered. His voice was fleeting. "It's just like how we squeeze orange juice and squeeze the orange petal with all our might. Try to squeeze all the juice out. Tyrion lost quite a bit of blood essence. I don't know what those evil gods are trying to do. Is it because Tyrion's good looks that arouse their lustful desires? Or are they purely trying to torture him to death in the most humiliating way? Or is there some other reason? Where are they now? Is the palace still safe?" Jacob asked worriedly. "They're all dead," Grandmaster Chizong said calmly. 3 gods all dead? How long has it been since you left?" Everyone exclaimed. Grandmaster Chizong's expression was calm. He wasn't arrogant or humble. "Grandmaster, why didn't you leave one alive and ask for the reason?" Varys called out. "I didn't expect them to be so ferocious, yet so weak. I only used one move, Holy Mother Divine Palm. The 3 evil gods combined couldn't even compare to the crocodile demon. Their corpses were burned to ashes in a minute," Grandmaster Chizong said in frustration. Everyone Grandmaster Chizong didn't know that Holy Mother Dany had made special adjustments to his Holy Mother Divine Palm. He would use his full strength the moment he attacked. His god power would surge like a tidal wave. If he could kill, he would never injure. If he couldn't kill with one move, he would unconsciously use his second palm. If he couldn't kill with 2 palms, his brain would heat up and he would naturally use a 3rd palm. Every palm also had the dual effects of spirit bestowment and god power dragon flame. As long as he didn't die, his opponent would die sooner or later. Holy Mother Divine Palm seems to be too destructive. Grandmaster only used 2 palms to kill 4 gods. A member of the Pinto's royal family said weakly. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Even Varys was shocked and expressed his agreement. "No, you're wrong." Grandmaster Chizong shook his head and said seriously, "The Holy Mother is merciful. The Holy Mother Divine Palm has mercy as its core. Only those who understand the path of mercy can use the Holy Mother Divine Palm. The martial artists in the world mostly use weapons like sabers, spears, swords, and crossbows. Well, have you heard of anyone fighting with their bare hands? No, right? Because the killing power of the bare hands is the least, the Holy Mother doesn't want to kill too much. That's why the merciful Holy Mother Divine Palm was born." When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. After all, since ancient times, everyone was used to using weapons. The sharper the weapon, the more destructive the weapon, the better. The Holy Mother's priest was the first and only martial artist in the world to fight empty-handed. This was true mercy. Everyone couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Holy Mother was already so merciful that she gave up on using weapons. She was just too powerful. Once she attacked, no one could stop her. Chapter 946. The dwarf opened his eyes in a daze and found himself in a warm and comfortable beige bedroom. There were no candles on the windowsill, only a flickering charcoal fire in the fireplace. He wanted to move, but found that his entire body was in pain, especially his crotch. It was as if someone had peeled off his cucumber skin with a plane. It was extremely painful. Moreover, he was like an old ox that had plowed the fields for 3 days and 3 nights without a trace of strength. "Water! Give me water!" He opened his cracked lips and called out in a low voice. "You're awake?" The fat eunuch Varis was like a cat, silently and gracefully walking from the outside to the bed. "Water, I'm thirsty," the dwarf said. Varis went out to get a pot of warm, fresh milk. "You drank so much the day before yesterday. Why are you still thirsty?" "Doug." The fat eunuch's words opened the floodgates of the dwarf's memories. Countless terrifying scenes and feelings poured into his mind. He remembered what he had drunk, and he couldn't help but spit out the milk he had just drunk. "Tell me, I just had a nightmare," the dwarf begged with a sobbing tone. "Sigh, it's all in the past. Just treat it as a dream." Varis poured another cup of milk for the dwarf. "Help me get a cup of water." The dwarf wiped his tears and said, "You were unconscious for 2 or 3 days and didn't eat. Drinking milk will give you more strength," Varis advised. The dwarf raised his cup and gulped down 3 large cups of wine in a row. Burp. When he burped, Varis smelled a bit of feces. The eunuch's face was a bit distorted. After taking a few breaths, the dwarf felt alive again, his strength returning to his body. He propped himself up and leaned against the head of the bed, asking, "How did I survive? We also found it strange that you didn't drown after being tossed around in the sea for more than 10 minutes. The dwarf shook his head and said, "I'm asking, who saved me? My body was modified by the dragon worm, and my organs were the first target. So that's how it was." The fat eunuch sighed, and then told him what happened the day before yesterday. At first, Master Chizong and Stark thought it was the crocodile demons causing trouble, so they first killed the crocodile that was enjoying the king's blood under the altar. The bloodchild Stark had also killed more than a dozen court priests. But when we came back, we carefully thought about it and felt that we might have misunderstood the crocodile demon. If he instructed the black-haired, evil god to sneak attack the preacher, he would not hide in the sea so obediently. At least, he would let the priest arrange guards to ambush us. The result was not like this. Those priests were caught off guard. What's done cannot be undone. Regardless of whether it was his scheme or not, he has to take the blame now. Otherwise, how are we going to answer to the Pintos people? The fat eunuch sighed. "Are you saying that the evil god in the cesspool isn't targeting me?" The dwarf asked doubtfully. "I was attacked too." The fat eunuch looked at his crotch and said self-deprecatingly, "Being a eunuch also has its benefits. The evil god didn't manage to grab my little brother and only left a few scratches on my buttocks. But I reacted quickly and escaped. I think at that time, no matter who went to the toilet, they would have made a move. It's just that you were unlucky. Your dick was too strong. That force even caused the oak floor to collapse." Hearing this, the dwarf recalled what had happened the day before. Pain. At that time, he was in so much pain that his soul almost left his body. Now, it was still so painful that he almost lost his sense of existence. The 3 evil gods died too easily. Matthew should have spared their lives. Pull out their tendons and skin them, break their bones and flesh, and torture them to death. Then throw their souls into hell and suffer for 10 billion years. The dwarf gritted his teeth and said, "What's the use of saying this now? They are dead." Varys disagreed. Tyrion was silent for a moment, then frowned and asked, "How did they know that we were going to the toilet? There is more than one toilet in the palace. Is there a spy who deliberately led us there?" "The Pintos people tortured the eunuch who took us to the toilet. He didn't know anything and only chose the nearest public toilet to the altar," Varys said. "Did you send a message to the queen?" "What did she say?" The dwarf asked again. "She asked us to be more careful. Demons Ghosts, beauties, traps, and tricks are common. After all, it's not easy to preach in the East, and it's easy to not achieve great results. Only these words to fool the deviant ghosts. The dwarf raised his voice and shouted, "I almost lost my life." She said some reasons. The situation the barbarians is not good. Varys sighed and told him about the 3 emperors' proclamation, the 18 major sects, the 36 rebellious kings, the 72 smokes, and the 108 mountains. No one would have thought that the barbarians' extraordinary sects would react so strongly to the orthodoxy and the state preceptor. But if you think about it, it's reasonable. In Westeros, the Church of the Seven Gods is the orthodoxy. The archbishop is equivalent to a state preceptor without a title. So, other than the Church of the Seven Gods, other religions have no place to survive. After a pause, Varys said strangely, "I heard that the 200 rebellious vassals claim to have an army of 1,000,000. They swore to raze the barbarians to the ground and kill all those who believe in the demonic sect in the Jade Sea." Yes, the demonic sect they're talking about is our Church of the Seven Gods. So, the rebel army wants to kill us on the way, but even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Where did the barbarians get the ability to be so rampant in Pentos, which is tens of thousands of miles away? The dwarf frowned. The queen is also confused. She is asking Wizard Kuei Shi to help investigate this matter. Varys said, "They have an army of 1,000,000, and we still want to go to the barbarians? An army of 1,000,000. Do you think it's possible?" Varys laughed. "Even with a 10% discount, it's still 100,000, right? Maybe, but we don't have to worry." Varys was full of confidence. If it's just one army, with a vassal leading 100,000 troops, the barbarians will not be able to defend themselves. But the rebels have more than 200 armies. Even someone like me, who doesn't know anything about military affairs, can understand that it's a disorderly army. What you said is not without reason. The dwarf nodded in agreement and sighed. But there's one thing. Our King Bo seems to be even worse. That's why it's our turn to show off. The Dragon Queen is wise beyond compare, but if you follow her, you'll only be a wildfire general or Prince Jean. Varys said faintly. That's true. The dwarf pulled himself together and forced a smile. After a moment of silence, Tyrion remembered the rest of the preaching team. "Where's Matthew and the rest?" Varys stood up and asked, "Can you get off the bed?" The dwarf stood up slowly in his slippers. After a few steps with a twisted face, he spread his legs to give his crotch some space to shake. Varys helped him to the balcony. At this time, Tyrion found his residence. It was on top of a magnificent tower, 30 to 40 meters above the ground. It was close to the center of the city, and below it was the main road. Facing the whistling cold wind, looking at the dark land in all directions, he had a panoramic view of half of Pentos. Most of the buildings were square red brick buildings with green tiles covering the roofs. Thousands of lights flowed out from the windows and doors, like stars in the night sky. "We're at Jacob's house. Look there." Varys pointed to a direction for the dwarf. It was a 3-story brick building with an area of 400 to 500 square meters. On the stairs in front of the arched door, an old man in a brocade robe held a ball of holy light and said something loudly to the thousands of spectators in the square below. That house facing the street is the great sanctuary of Pentos. I bought it from Jacob for 30,000 gold royals. 7 treasures is preaching. There's a lot of audience, at least 1,000 people, the dwarf said in surprise. Free atonement scrolls, and you can see the holy light. 1,000 is already very little. Varys sighed. How many days have we been here? It's so easy to change faith. Faith is worthless. Tyrion did not think much of it. But we have to continue on our journey after a few days, Varys said. You got the clearance documents? Didn't you say the prince is dead? After such a thing happened, the people of Pentos can't wait for us to leave immediately. Varys laughed. Killing the gods and priests of Pentos. Tyrion shook his head and smiled bitterly. I thought there would be a big scene. Varys laughed. The ones with real power are the princes of trade. They come from different races and countries, and have their own beliefs. They don't have much of a sense of belonging to the local god of earth and sea. The princes of trade don't even care about the king of Pentos, let alone the gods who have little to do with them. Many people did die that day, but all of them were priests. The nobles didn't even lose a single hair. But once they provoke us, the Dragon Queen next door will go crazy. They won't even be able to keep a single hair. After resting in Pentos for another 3 days, Tyrion had almost recovered, but he found that his magic power had been permanently reduced by 40%. 3 evil gods use blood witchcraft to take turns draining your essence blood. It's already very rare to be able to stay alive. This was Master Seven Treasures' explanation to his eldest disciple. In the end, he also comforted him. Magic is just a small path. As long as your faith is pious enough, a little gift from the Holy Mother is more than a few hundred years of hard work. Then he used Arya as an example. On the day the Pentos sanctuary was built, when I blessed the statue of the Holy Mother's grace came to us. Why didn't you ask me for such a good thing? Tyrion exclaimed. You can't even get out of the ground, and it's useless even if you went, so I got nothing. Varys sighed. After that, Tyrion used a glass candle to contact the Holy Mother herself and was told the reason. No reward for no work. St. Matthew's divinity of Our Lady of Mercy was doubled, and he received the divine spell Father's Fiery Eyes of Truth. Arya's divinity of death was increased by 20%, and she received the elementary divine spell Warrior's Sword. The Hound received 1,000 divine spell slots, and the same elementary divine spell Warrior's Sword. Varys participated in the construction of the sanctuary, and he also went to the streets and preached a few times. If he was a priest, he would also receive 1,000 divine spell slots as a reward, but his piety was not enough. The dwarf did nothing, so his contribution was 0, so his reward was also 0. The dwarf only lamented that he had suffered so much for nothing, but he did not notice the hidden message. The Holy Father had arrived. Yes, a few hours after the Dragon Queen sent the preaching team away, a large amount of divinity and spirituality inexplicably entered the space of faith. At that time, she was leading a group of volunteers to hunt down deviant ghosts in the river. A large amount of divinity and spirituality flooded in, and she was more surprised than happy. She had just left, and even the real Tang Sanzang was not as hateful as the preaching team. But before she could recover from her shock, the second wave of divinity came, and the interval was less than 10 minutes. And this was not the end, but the beginning. In the following days, more and more divinity was delivered, and Dany was stunned. I've been in Ursos for many years. Why didn't I see so many demons and ghosts there? Chapter 9:47. On the first day after the teaching team left, the divine titles of the Father and the Old Woman were lit up. While she was pleasantly surprised, the Dragon Queen was also a little shocked. What happened? But after a few days, she became numb. Almost every day, there would be new divine titles. All the divine titles were killed by St. Matthew, who had comprehended the merciful heart. Arya also killed many saints. The world seemed to have become very strange. Dany had an illusion. Saints and divine titles were everywhere. Less than a week after the teaching team left, the 7 gods were officially complete. The blacksmith, the Holy Mother, the warrior, the stranger, the father, the old woman, and the young girl were all complete. In the teachings of the 7 gods, the Father represented justice and was in charge of judgment. After receiving the divine title of the Father, Dany and the great black dragon spirit obtained 2 abilities: Eye of Justice, which allowed me to see whether you were a human or a ghost, and Judgment Scale, which allowed me to have the final say here. The Eye of Justice was very easy to understand. It could analyze whether the other party was lying or whether they were good or evil through the mental waves and aura of the soul. It was probably a combination of the fiery golden eyes and the lie detector. Of course, the fiery golden eyes could see the original form of a demon at a glance, but the Eye of Justice could not. It could only analyze the other party's attributes. For example, the shadow demon Lalo once disguised himself as a human in the East Sea and tried to sneak attack Dany. If Danny had the Eye of Justice, she would have been able to see that the aura around him was not right. The judgment scale was even more mysterious than the Eye of Justice. However, it was very incomplete and did not even have a prototype. It had only form a concept. If not for the fact that Danny was gradually replacing the three-eyed crow as the god of the Westeros, she might have overlooked the strange divine title of Judgment Scale. It represented the Father to set the rules of justice and imprint these rules in the river of fate. If a believer sought the Father's justice, the Father's imprint would influence them through the river of fate. For example, before the Father appeared, the Westeros had a tradition of trial by martial arts and Seven Sons competition for 6,000 years. The sanctity of the trial by martial arts was almost equal to the rights of the guests. Then, could the trial by martial arts represent the justice of the seven gods? It could not before, and it still could not now. But now, if you are pious enough and attract the attention of the Heavenly Father, she can use the method of interfering with fate to make the judgment follow her rules and achieve the fairness and justice that people expect. To put it bluntly, the Heavenly Father's judgment involved fate. Unfortunately, the seven gods' abilities were limited and they were not proficient in the Tao of fate. Perhaps the future Heavenly Father Danny could use fate to realize fairness and justice in the human world. Fiery golden eyes, the new divine power that Qizong acquired, was an incomplete version of Eyes of Justice. It could only distinguish between good and evil. It was impossible to tell if someone was lying through their mental waves or the air of their soul. In addition to the Heavenly Father, Blackie also lit up the Old Woman godhood. The Old Woman represented wisdom and experience. With this divine title, she gave the Dragon Queen two abilities: Brain CPU and Brain Mechanical Hard Disk. The CPU of the brain referred to the speed of thinking. Under the condition of consuming the Old Woman's divine power, the speed of thinking could be increased by 10 to 1,000 times. Actually, there shouldn't be an upper limit to the speed of one's thoughts, but there was a limit to what one could bear. Then, they would be gripped by her sadness. Her hair could also turn into a colorful cherry blossom color. It was very beautiful and alluring, making others feel that they would be happy because of her excitement. Not only was her hair filled with holy light, even her skin was sparkling like snow under the holy light, white and translucent. Not only was her hair and skin glowing, but her eyes, if combined with her identity as the wind god, she could even make her hair and skirt flutter in the most beautiful arcs forever. She could even summon colorful petals to surround her body, and little fairies would sing for her in the wind. Compared to her, the likes of Ice Crystal Tear Butterfly Snow are Shang, Purple Zolissa Vieira, and Gwalgia, Isidro Elizabeth were all weak. The young girl Danny was the Mary Sue god of the Song of Ice and Fire world. However, other than giving Danny goosebumps from embarrassment, this skill was almost useless. Oh, it was not useless at all. She felt that she could design different styles for the different priesthoods of the seven gods in the future. For example, in the Stranger's Cloak, there should be a cold-faced girl with long, straight black hair. It would be best if her skin was pale and her eyes were red like blood. After the seven priesthoods were combined into one, Danny found another benefit. She had a deeper control of the faith space. Just like before, she only got 1/7 or 2/7 of the shares because she was the only shareholder. Even if she only had one priesthood and 1/7 of the shares, she still had the final say in the faith space. After grasping 100% of the shares, she could completely control the seven gods' unlimited liability company. She could even try to divide the faith space. That's right, divide the space into 2 or 1 into 3. Danny was considering whether to separate heaven and hell. A long time ago, Danny had thought that the Stranger should build a 7-level hell for Westeros. The main body of hell was located in the world of death. First, she would find a blessed land in the real world that connected Een and Yon. Then, she would fix the thought hell on that land and make it the Hell's Gate of ice and fire. The model would be similar to the ghost city of Fengdu and hell of Mount Tai in the Celestial Dynasty's legends. These two Hades were actually the so-called blessed lands. It was also because the benefits brought by the scripture teaching team were too great that the Dragon Queen decided to increase the investment in Double Chi Zhang's Mother of Mercy divinity. The main reason was to strengthen his connection with the Mother of Mercy, ensuring that he could still be as powerful as before even if he went to the east, which was far away from Westeros. Well, looking for a city's prince to stamp a customs document was naturally Dany the Buddha's bad taste. However, building a temple for the seven gods in a free trade city and distributing atonement scrolls to establish the local faith was really beneficial to the transmission of divine power. Before Dany received the three-eyed crow's allegiance, the efficiency of the transmission of divine power between the seven gods and the Westeros devout believers, with a level of 10 and above, was around 50%. After she completely absorbed the Green Prophet seal, the efficiency of the transmission of divine power would probably reach 80%. This meant that the qualifications of a priest would be lowered to the level of an ordinary person. Almost every household would have a priest. Of course, she would never let the priest profession depreciate. The scene of every household having a priest would never appear. On the other side of the narrow sea, in Pentos without a temple for the seven gods, the efficiency would drop from 50% to 45%. All the way to the east, Koer 40%, Mong City 35%, Bone Mountain 30%, Barren Land 25%, Shadowy Asia 20%, and the easternmost Darkland 15% to 0%. If there was a temple, such as in Slave Bay, the faith would reach 40%, which was 5% higher than the normal value. If the temple was built all the way from Pentos to Slave Bay, it would increase by another 5%. If a few thousand years were used to stabilize the faith, the transmission of divine power from all over the world would basically reach the same level. The Westeros would still be the highest, while the other regions would be slightly lower. Other than divinity, Mother of Mercy Dany also bestowed upon Chi Zong the divine art of Golden Gaze fiery eyes, ensuring that not a single fairy would be able to escape his eyes. Heir, a master with Golden Gaze fiery eyes, and a senior apprentice brother who needs to be saved by master. This combination is really strange. Chapter 948. In front of the Holy Church, Master Chi Zong stood on the podium and told the people below about the Heaven and Hell chapter of the Seven Stars Bible. Arya was hidden in the darkness. The dwarf, Hound, Varys, and a few Undulls stood on either side of Master Chi Zong. This was the fifth and last day of the preaching team in Pentos. Tomorrow at noon, they would ride the pterosaur to Myr. After a few days of preaching, Master Chi Zong also discovered pattern. Today, when the night fell, it was useless to preach about the mercy of the Virgin, the justice of the Heavenly Father, the diligence of blacksmiths, the bravery of warriors, and so on. Even the most popular Westeros sunshine of young girls did not respond to it. Perhaps they were tired of Lalo's fire and light scripture? The main reason was that Master Chi Zong could not provide the spirits of light for the people of Pentos. Otherwise, the effect will be much better. Only heaven, hell, and the kingdom of the dead were the most attractive. In the beginning, when Master Chi Zong preached, there were only a few hundred listeners, and only 300 Westeros merchants and sailors were willing to receive the atonement scroll. Today, there were more than 2,000 people gathered below the podium. After people die, they have a place to return to. They enter the kingdom of the dead from the mortal world. Believers and even non-believers will enter that world after death. It is a cold, desolate shadow world without color and vitality. The souls of non-believers wail in pain in the kingdom of the dead, like sugar cubes falling into warm water, slowly melting and disappearing. Souls with faith will enter the kingdom of the gods under the guidance of faith. For example, the kingdom of the seven gods, the seven hells of the stranger, and the heaven of the virgin. Master Chi Zong stopped here. According to the script, his second disciple Varys stepped forward and asked loudly, "Master Chi Zong, how many kingdoms of the seven gods are there?" Master Chi Zong's voice was gentle and loud. "The stranger and the virgin are the seven gods. Heaven and hell are also the kingdoms of the seven gods. Ordinary people think that the seven gods have seven gods, but this is wrong. Just like humans have seven forms: a girl, a woman, an old man, a young man, a middle-aged man, and a mysterious person, there is only one God, but he has seven faces, seven forms, seven stages of life, seven human virtues, seven lofty ideals. The seven gods are the sublimation of matter, the combination of spirit and will. The seven gods are omnipotent, and their way of existence is beyond the limits of ordinary people's thinking. Of course, Varus, of course, knew, of course, of the seven gods. The disciples asked questions. The master's master answered, so that of the disciples of the seven gods had a basic understanding of the seven gods. Of the Confucians' Analects was that, at this time, it was the eldest disciple Tyrion's turn to ask, Master Qizhong, what is hell and what is heaven? Who will fall to hell and who can ascend to heaven? Heaven is the source of all beauty, where all the reasonable expectations of man can be satisfied. Of the god of hell. Worshippers might not necessarily be able to enter heaven. Only those who practice the teachings of the seven gods are true believers of the seven gods. God, God of God, gods of God, because of God of God. The seven gods don't need blind believers. They want humans to sublimate in spirit, will, and soul. The only purpose of the seven gods and the church is to make humans more perfect, kind, and beautiful. Therefore, to judge whether a believer can go to heaven or hell, it depends on whether they have lived out the teachings of the seven gods. Master Qizhong took out a stack of notes with black characters on it and raised it high into the air, waving it at the believers below. These are atonement scrolls. They can offset a certain amount of sins, allowing believers who should have gone to hell to ascend to heaven. This opportunity only comes once in a million years. Because of the long night, the Holy Mother took pity on the hardships of all life, so she opened the door and gave everyone a chance. Now is not the time to lose. Everyone, you are fated. Remember, seize the opportunity. Don't be a fated person. Master, I am willing to convert to the seven gods. Master Qizhong, give me one, no, give me five. I have a wife, children, and parents. The Holy Mother is merciful. In the crowd, a dozen undulls raised their hands and shouted. Then, their enthusiasm infected the people around them. More and more people rushed to the podium. There were 300 to 400 people. Qizhong saw this scene and frowned. Today was the last day, but the expected explosion had yet to come. He couldn't be blamed for not being satisfied. In fact, as the Archbishop of Baylor Cathedral, whether it was in King's Landing or in Storm's End Castle, when he preached in public, there would always be tens of thousands of believers who would directly fill his vision. They would shout excitedly and tears would fill their eyes. Everyone, don't be anxious. Don't panic. Wait until the preaching is over. Then I will start to show the Holy Mother's mercy. He pressed down with his hands, trying to persuade the excited believers back down. Then he gave Hound a look. Hound stepped forward reluctantly and asked in a muffled voice, Master, is there only heaven and hell in this world? The Church of the Seven Gods doesn't preach the doctrine of the one God. The seven gods are only one of the many true gods. He was born before the world appeared. He was so powerful that he could create a world with a thought, but he is still one of the gods, ha-ha. A sudden burst of loud laughter came from the distance. It was loud and sonorous, interrupting Qizhong's preaching. The crowd parted to the sides. A group of people entered the square from the street and walked straight to the lectern. They were all dressed in rippling blue priest robes with white patterns. The leader was a bald, short man. His head was round like a watermelon, and his body was round like a pumpkin. His clothes were open, revealing his chest that was covered in black hair. Creating a world with a thought is bullshit. The bald, short man spat at the lectern. Your Holy Mother is a bitch who deceives the world. Who doesn't know her background in the transcendent world? If you know what's good for you, immediately seal your temple and scram as far away as you can. Otherwise, I'll reveal your Holy Mother's underwear today. Master, this is a priest from the Church of the Sea God outside the eastern gate of the city. Varys approached Chizong and explained in a low voice. Then, he said in puzzlement, the Church of the Sea God isn't large, and even their temple is outside the city. They shouldn't be here to provoke us. Is there even a need to think about it? He's just someone else's dog. Tyrion sneered and gripped the axe behind his waist tightly. He volunteered, Master, leave this black-haired pumpkin to me. I have to show my ruthless methods today. If I don't hurt the dog, its master won't know pain. A golden light flashed in Chizong's eyes. He said in a low voice, he's a god. Can you do it? What? The dwarf's body stiffened, and he quickly shrank back. He hid behind Chizong and said in shock, Are you sure? Chizong did not answer him. He only reached out to push the hunting dog in front of him away and raised his right palm with a solemn expression. Holy Mother's palm? The black-haired bald man retreated in horror. Chizong was stunned for a moment. Why did I subconsciously use an ultimate move like Holy Mother's palm? If I killed him with a single palm in public, it would go against the Holy Mother's path of mercy. After reflecting on himself, Chizong retracted his right hand and looked at Varys. Varys was very quick-witted. He immediately handed over his master's 9-ring tin blade. However, when he saw the straight blade that flickered with cold light, Chizong frowned. There was a thin line of blood on the smoky black blade. Ever since he killed the crocodile god, the straight blade was filled with a thick, annoying aura. According to St. Danny, it was the baleful aura and killing intent naturally condensed by the divine weapon. He did not need to care about it, and just needed to cultivate his mind. However, he still felt that the blade was no longer suitable for him. I was personally taught the path of mercy by the Holy Mother, so how can I commit the sin of killing for no reason? He remembered the story of the Holy Mother cutting her flesh to feed the eagle. He would review it every day before he went to bed and after he woke up. Chizong shook his head and said, The Holy Mother is merciful. Shanzai. Wuning quickly put away the blade. Unless there is no other choice, do not commit the sin of killing for no reason. We are here to spread the path of mercy to the many believers. If we kill in public, wouldn't we be going back on our words? You want to kill me? The black-haired Baldy wasn't deaf. When he saw the master and disciples' movements and heard Chizong's words, he couldn't help but be shocked and scared. He took a few steps back and cried out, Is there still justice? Is there still law? I only spoke a few words of truth, and you want to kill me? He faced the audience behind him and cried out in grievance, Everyone, come and be the judge. I came to discuss the Tao with Chizong, yet he wanted to hit me with the Holy Mother's palm. After I saw through him, he actually flew into a rage out of humiliation, intending to hack me with the demonic blade. Because the sea god cult's priest came to challenge the 7 gods, the passers-by on the street who were originally uninterested in the 7 gods cult's teachings also came over, and more people came. Chizong was a bit at a loss for what to do. He cried out in shock and anger, Evildoer, don't pester endlessly. Where's this place? In front of the Holy Hall, on the street. Why would I kill for no reason? It's just that you spoke vulgarities and insulted the Holy Mother. So, I want to teach you a lesson. If you don't kill, why are you raising the iron hammer in your hand? The bald man pointed at the golden alms hammer in Chizong's right hand. Chizong turned his head to look and could not help but be stunned. At some point in time, he had removed the purple gold alms bowl from his waist. The Holy Mother is merciful. She once personally taught me the path of mercy, to sacrifice myself, to save the devil. Chizong looked around at the onlookers and told them the story of the Holy Mother cutting her flesh to feed the eagle. Only then did he say, Evildoer, I should have sacrificed myself to save you today, but you blasphemed the Holy Mother, so I'll let you suffer some physical pain and teach you the immensity of heaven and earth. The reason why I use the golden alms bowl is only because I don't want to kill anyone today. The Holy Mother's palm, you can't take it. The 9 rings tin blade, you can't take it. Dog's hit. Your Holy Mother is Danny Leasy. That little bitch is just pretending to be a ghost. There's no such thing as cutting her flesh to feed the eagle. Everyone, don't be fooled. The seven gods of the seven would. Hey, evildoer, you dare insult the Holy Mother and Holy Danny? Chizong's eyes widened in anger, and his voice boomed like thunder, directly cutting off the black-skinned pumpkin's words. Who are you calling evildoer? The bald man was furious as well. I can tell with a single glance that you're not human. Chizong's eyes shone with a solid golden light. Insolent evildoer, I want you to reveal your true form, mighty heavenly dragon. The runes of the Vajra Song of Power branded on his soul lit up one by one. Coupled with the activation of the little gold body, Chizong's body swelled from 7 meters to 2. 1 meter's like a balloon. The golden light in his body even shone through his brocade robes. He was holy and dignified, as if he was a god of war. Evildoer, reveal yourself. Chizong's entire body was filled with power. He took a step forward without realizing it, and arrived before the stunned bald man, as if he had teleported. He could not help but smash the golden alms bowl down. Chapter 949. Asterisk boom. Asterisk there was a clap of thunder, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. In Chizong's original plan, his purple gold alms bowl was empty. If he controlled his strength, he would at most smash the black-haired Baldy's head until it bled. The Baldy would then be unable to resist using witchcraft and expose his true identity. This way, he would be able to prove to the public that his words were blasphemous and slanderous through his identity as a monster. However, when he activated the Holy Mother's golden body, the massive power was completely out of control. Divine power surged wildly into his arm. There was also his brain. Unconsciously, the high-level warrior's Sword Divine art was activated. Countless experiences of using hammers entered his mind. It was as if he was possessed by a warrior, and he used an extremely ingenious hammer strike. It was like a giant hitting a watermelon. The golden alms bowl was clearly hollow, but it had the force of a landslide. It instantly broke through the Baldy's skull, and in the next instant, it hit the Baldy's belly that was covered in black hair like a pregnant woman. Asterisk pop. Asterisk as if a grenade had exploded in his stomach, the shell with black hair, the flesh that had been crushed into minced meat, the white bones, the green organs, and the steaming brown feces splashed 7 to 8 meters away. With Chizong's hammer as the center, a bloody mist even spread out around it. It was as terrifying as a demon. In the huge square, everyone seemed to have suddenly died. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape. Silence. Only the intestines and organs that splattered on the faces of the people around them fell to the ground. Asterisk gulp. Asterisk the dwarf was the first to come back to his senses. He gulped and muttered, "Is there a need to be so ruthless? It would have been better to use a knife, or use a divine palm to turn him into a matchstick man. What's going on?" The dazed master, Chizong, seemed to have woken up from a nightmare. He looked at the purple gold alms bowl with a long handle and shouted, "Holy Mother is merciful. I really only used a little force. Oh gods!" His belly was cut open. "It's too cruel. I heard that he's the Archbishop of the Seven Gods. Westeros call him Merciful Matthew. Is there a mistake? He's never given the wrong nickname. He himself has always preached the Holy Mother's merciful path. Perhaps his mercifulness was compared to the more barbaric barbarians of the Land of Sunset. At least, he gave a warning before he killed. At least, he knew how to be hypocritical. It's true that he's hypocritical, but forget about being merciful. Killing people on the street can't be considered merciful. Ah, Her Majesty the Sea God is dead." While everyone was talking about it, the blue-robed oracles who followed the bald fat man to challenge them suddenly hugged their heads and wailed. "Sea God?" The surrounding people were shocked again. They stared and retreated in horror. That bald man's belly was covered in black hair. How was it made of flesh? It was obviously a layer of hard and thick shell. Was it armor? Or take revenge for His Majesty? A blue-robed old priest roared angrily at Chizong. After the roar, his facial features quickly shriveled into a hideous, decayed skeleton like a ball with holes. His belly began to swell, as if it had absorbed the essence of his head. Qizong knew that the other party was using blood shaman arts. He wanted to counterattack, but he hesitated. He didn't hesitate anymore. The next moment, a black light flashed, and the old priest's head flew into the sky. A mud-like liquid gushed out of his neck, splashing 7 to 8 meters high and landing in all directions. Wherever the mud landed, regardless of whether it was the square stone slabs or the person's head, cheeks, or clothes, they all sizzled as if they were corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid. Ouch! Ouch! What is this? Help my eyes, my face! The surrounding people were in chaos. Master Qizong shouted, "Arya, stop! Evil disciple, have mercy!" In other words, but they were drowned out by the chaos. After a while, a team of 30 city guards rushed over and restored order. The priests with blue bottoms and white wavy waves were all dead. A sword slit their throats or pierced their hearts. The bright red blood dyed the gray square red, making it look like a slaughterhouse. General, the sea god religion's main god brought his believers to challenge us. It's a conflict of faith, and it has nothing to do with the city's security. Varys walked over, grabbed his hand, and secretly stuffed a 2,000 gold coin note into his hand. 24 people died. It's hard for me. The commander held the note tightly and said in a conflicted tone. The dwarf shouted, "What's hard for you to do?" Dragon Queen's scripture teaching team was assassinated on the street, and you can't fight back? Do you still have laws in Pentos? Or do you want the Dragon Queen to come to Pentos and ask for an explanation personally? They didn't bring any weapons. It's not right to assassinate them on the street, right? The commander was troubled. This is an evil god. Varys pointed at the sea god's corpse. General, everyone, please take a look. That baldy with a big belly isn't human at all. This looks like a big black conch, someone exclaimed. It does look like one. Why does he have a black conch belly? Conch essence. The dwarf stepped forward and used his foot to poke at the corpse pile. He frowned and said, "It looks like a person with a conch shell. It's very strange. It's really a god. The commander and the guards' faces turned pale, and their voices trembled. Master Qizong already said that this is a demon. Killing people is against the law, but slaying demons is for the country and the people, Varys said with a smile. Then he looked at the red and white pieces of meat, licked his lips, and muttered, "I wonder if this kind of conch can be made into conch powder. I've eaten it a few times at Fish Market Street, and the taste seems pretty good. King's Landing also has conch powder? I thought only Dragonstone Island and Slaver's Bay had it." The dwarf said curiously. "King's Landing is short of food, but Blackwater River has conch," the dwarf said with a smile. "If we cut a piece of conch meat and send it back to Dragonstone Island with the crocodile skin, the conch powder will be made into conch powder. Snail meat to make snail powder, and crocodile skin to make bags and boots. Perhaps this will please the Dragon Queen." "Bad idea." Varys shook his head and said to the guards, "As you can see, we're slaying demons. The commander was hesitant. Let's go. At this moment, Prince Jacob of Black Skin from next door walked over, surrounded by eunuchs and servants. The conflict between the gods has nothing to do with Pentos. After a long time, he firmly shook his head and said, "The purpose of developing believers isn't to pull heads, but to let more people understand and practice the teachings of the seven gods. Developing faith in a way that goes against the Holy Mother's path of mercy is simply abandoning the fundamentals and pursuing the trifles, reversing cause and effect." When he said this, he felt refreshed, and his thoughts became clear. The distracting thoughts that had just appeared in his mind were swept away. No wonder the Holy Mother had to cut off her flesh to feed the eagles. So the path of Holy Mother's mercy is such a difficult one, without the fearless heart to sacrifice oneself. Without the perseverance to endure all pain and failure, one has no right to preach the path of mercy to all living beings. Qizong's understanding of the Holy Mother's path of mercy went up a level. His soul actually began to sublimate, and his true mercy divinity grew madly. The dragon queen, who was far away in the Westeros, was shocked again. After receiving a wave of divinity and spirituality, her and Big Black's Holy Mother Godhood actually began to evolve. The Holy Mother Godhood was bestowed by faith and not something she cultivated herself. However, Matthew had comprehended the true mercy divinity, and now he had even evolved the divinity into a Holy Mother Godhood, fusing it with the Holy Mother Godhood, activating. Dany heard a song, the Song of Mercy. O seven gods! Matthew has comprehended the law of mercy. This is a brand new law in the universe. The world is singing for me. Dany was dumbfounded. Chapter 950. Why did Master Chizong comprehend the law of mercy? But why didn't the world make Dany sing? It wasn't just because Chizong was the Holy Mother's subordinate god. More importantly, he believed in the Holy Mother wholeheartedly. Chizong even offered his life imprint to his faith. Compared to the life imprint, the Song of Laws was just a mere worldly possession. This was the greatest value of believers to gods. It wasn't necessarily sad for believers. St. Matthew was very happy right now, in the true joy of being recognized by the Holy Mother. He was even happier than Dany, who accidentally activated the Song of Mercy. This kind of happiness was something normal people might never experience in their entire lives. The Song of Mercy took the lead. With 1% progress, Chizong's soul naturally ascended, rising from a level 2 archangel to a level 3 archangel. The Holy Mother wasn't stingy with her rewards. She said to Chizong, "Well done, I'm very satisfied. Continue to work hard. You are walking on the right path." The Holy Mother was sincere. While slaying demons to provide her with large amounts of spiritual essence and divinity, he cultivated himself and developed a brand new Song of Laws. How could she not be satisfied? How could Chizong's path not be correct? This kind of recognition that didn't cost a single cent was the greatest reward for Chizong. He smiled like a 100-pound idiot. This old man was a bit thin. In the eyes of the disciples, their master was in a daze for a while, and then a golden rune lit up between his brows. His skin shone with holy light, and his dignified and holy aura made them feel reverence, not daring to make sound. After a while, the phenomenon disappeared, and Chizong grinned foolishly. Only then did they come back to their senses. "Master Chizong," the disciples took turns to call out. "Oh, the Holy Mother's grace. I have comprehended the path of mercy again, and was promoted to a level 3 archangel by the Holy Mother," Chizong explained casually. Tyrion's eyes turned red. An archangel is equivalent to a lord of an ordinary angel, while an archangel is a king. "Congratulations, Master. You've reached a new level," Varys said enviously. "Master Chizong, when you have time, tell us more about the path of mercy. I want to learn it too," Hound said expectantly. Arya couldn't continue to be in a daze. She said, "Master Chizong, if we encounter evil gods in the future, can I kill them? The experience points for those priests are too low." "What experience points?" Chizong and his fellow apprentices were all confused. "Stranger designed the merit calculation method for me. Killing enemies, protecting you, promoting the teachings of the 7 gods, and comprehending the path of the 7 gods will all give me digital experience points." He said that although I am the wife of a stranger, I have no faith in him. That's why I'm motivated to work hard. Through long hours of work, I'll slowly fall in love with this job. Once I fall in love with this job, I'll start to have faith, Arya explained. "Your Majesty Imoku, you've given a lot of thought." Chizong first nodded with great emotion, then frowned and said, "You also said that promoting the teachings of the 7 gods and comprehending the path of the 7 gods can give you experience points. Why must you kill people? Leveling up is fast, but learning the doctrine is slow." "I don't see any hope yet," Arya said honestly. "Nonsense." Chizong's master put on a stern face and severely criticized. "You're putting the cart before the horse. How could it be slow to comprehend the doctrine? Why can't I see any hope? Am I not a good example?" "Yes, you're a good example." Arya nodded enviously. I watch you slay demons every day and then level up immediately. I'm so envious. Hey, Arya, you're still young. What's the rush? The dwarf said anxiously. Leave the evil god to me. I need to level up too. If I don't level up now, how can I survive in Barbarian City? Why don't you all understand? True power lies in the understanding of the path of the seven gods. True power comes from the sublimation of the soul. Qizong's master stomped his feet and sighed. Just say it. Are you willing to give up the evil god? Arya asked with a wooden face. The dwarf also looked at him pitifully like a husky begging for food. Qizong shook his head with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, I bear the responsibility of teaching you all. I can't watch you all go astray. From now on, only I can deal with the evil god. Don't interfere. As long as the conditions permit, I will use my heart of love and benevolence to enlighten them instead of killing them mercilessly. After the meeting, Qizong brought the thirsty hound to pray in front of the Virgin Mary statue. Varys was ordered to pack his luggage and arrange how the Holy Church would operate after the preaching team left. The dwarf dragged Arya to a guest room and said through gritted teeth, We have to fight back. He's trying to kill us all. He said nice things and that we have to be merciful. But which of the evil gods we encountered in the past few days didn't die in one move? They didn't even give us a chance to kill them. Arya was silent. She felt that Qizong was a little hypocritical, but he wasn't as sinister as the dwarf said. Arya, you're a smart person. I'll tell you the truth in a smart person's way. Tyrion cleared his throat and lowered his voice to the lowest. Do you know the real reason for preaching in Barbarian City? It's not to spread the teachings of the seven gods, nor to save the people of Barbarian City. To put it bluntly, the ultimate goal of the seven gods is to slay demons. Arya gave him a contemptuous look, playing tricks in front of the true gods. You're really bold. I'm telling the truth. The Holy Mother told me herself. Tyrion swore. Arya's smile became more sarcastic. You want to meet the Holy Mother? Tyrion was anxious, but he couldn't give a reasonable explanation. What did Stranger tell you? Helplessly, he changed the topic. Stranger told me to slay demons and ensure that Qizong completes the preaching mission. There was nothing wrong with that. Sighing, Tyrion said directly, Let's put it this way. Barbarian City is definitely more dangerous than Free City, right? Arya nodded. That's why we stop along the way. Laying down the path of faith is only one of the reasons. More importantly, the Holy Mother wants us to kill monsters and level up. Only by leveling up can we face the final obstacle, Barbarian City. So, do you understand what I mean? Matthew, that bald donkey, killed all the evil gods along the way, so we can't level up. If we don't level up, it'll be dangerous to go to Barbarian City. The more he said, the more the dwarf felt that his words made sense. Look, how weak are the snails we met today. It's practically tailor-made for me. Arya might be small, but she was much stronger than Qizong. After all, Qizong was an old man in his 60s, while Arya was a warrior with muscles all over her body. It was also because of his lack of strength that when Qizong fought against the snail monster, he had to activate the great mighty heavenly dragon, even though he had planned to injure it, but not kill it. Even if we can't injure the evil gods, it won't be good if we kill or injure the supernatural being spies. Qizong struggled. The spies haven't shown up yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Arya said. Qizong was helpless. He could only say to Varys, Wuning, you've always been smart. Go out and keep an eye on Tyrion for me. A moment later, Wuning cried out in fear, Master, this is bad. Eldest senior brother was captured by a fairy again. Chapter 9:51. As the #1 intelligence expert in Game of Thrones, the 8-clawed spider's senses were very sharp. He couldn't sense the traces of the gods, but when the gods spied on him at close range, it made his back sweat and his hair stand on end. There really was a mysterious existence tailing him. His goal was only to monitor the preaching team and observe their strength. He didn't plan to attack immediately. After all, in just a few days, Master Qizong had killed 5 gods in a row. Among them, The god of sea and earth was one of the most powerful gods in the narrow sea. He was at least in the top 20. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly. But the dwarf was too good at attracting hatred. He was also a god, and the dignity of a god didn't allow him to be insulted by mortals. When the dwarf courted death and shouted, "With me here, you bunch of trash will never hurt Master Qizong," he appeared at the edge of the square below the lectern. It was a black shadow with a single green eye embedded in its head. In the dead of night, in the empty and lonely square, it was particularly conspicuous. When the dwarf saw it, he was surprised and delighted. Of course, he was also a little afraid. But in the blink of an eye, he remembered two things. First, the Dragon Queen had told him many times that this world was too harsh on extraordinaires and gods. Although they had many tricks up their sleeves, there were many times when they would be defeated by powerful mortals armed with sharp weapons in a head-on battle. Second, Master Qizong slaughtered gods like he was slaughtering dogs. Especially the screw demon he met this afternoon, who claimed to be the god of the sea. The dwarf dared to swear on his two dead fathers that after activating deity's descent, he would be able to kill him. As his thoughts raced, the courage to face the unknown evil filled his chest like the lust he felt when facing the new widow, Sansa. While shouting, "Where are you, evildoer? Come out and accept your death," he pretended that the demoness didn't come out to appease Qizong in the sacred hall. Meanwhile, he walked down the stairs with large steps, jogging towards that figure. As he ran, his spine began to light up with the runes of the Vajra Song of Strength. His body began to expand at a visible rate, and he let out a painful growl. "Fool, do you think we're here for that god's apostle? We are here for the bloodline of God." However, when the dwarf walked within 10 meters of the ghostly shadow, a deep and sinister laugh came from all directions. The dwarf shuddered. Suddenly, his head, which was so hot that it was about to cook his brain, cooled down, and a strong sense of danger attacked his heart. "You us? There's more than one evil god in the 7 levels of hell." He stepped on the brakes with a twisted expression. "Master, save me." Whoosh, whoosh, 3 black shadows instantly appeared on the left, right, and back of the little giant. Black wind violently surged, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The dwarf disappeared without a trace. The cyan eye that had been standing at the edge of the square had also disappeared without a trace. Had it blended into the wind? Blending into the darkness? Varys did not know. He stood at the gate and saw everything, but he was a pure muggle and knew nothing about the means of the gods. He couldn't even tell if the other party was a deity or a transcendent. The only thing he could do was to yell at the Templar Hall behind him with a twisted face. "Master, bad news. Eldest senior brother has been captured by the demon again." "What?" Qizong was shocked and ran forward with large strides. However, he could not run. His arm was still held by Arya. Arya said, "Master Qizong, you've been tired for a day. Just rest. I'll go save Tyrion." "Let's go out and take a look first," Qizong said. "Hound, you stay here and protect Master. I'll go save him," Arya insisted. "Oh, don't argue. Tyrion is nowhere to be seen. I don't know where the fairies have taken him." Varys shouted anxiously from outside. "My senses were right. It's an evil god. So many of them. There's more than one. Come out quickly and save him." "Save me. Master, save me. Master Qizong, come save me." Just as Arya and Qizong were arguing about who should go save Tyrion, the dwarf was wailing because he had not seen any reinforcements for a long time. His current condition was not too bad. The evil gods only used 3 wriggling black ropes to tie him up, making him unable to move. Then, they each held one end of the ropes and floated in a cloud of black mist, quickly moving towards the southern port. The way they moved was very special. They seemed to be borrowing the power of the wind. There was also a thick mist, as if they were wrapped in a cloud. In the black mist, the dwarf's vision was blurry. He could not see anything outside at all. He could not tell if he was on the ground, in the sky, or in the sea. There were only 4 sinister and terrifying figures around him. The powerful soul waves made him dizzy and even a little suffocated. "You've got the wrong person. I'm not the leader of the scripture team." After a long while, his master still did not come. The dwarf could not help but think of saving himself. "Even if you kill me, Chizong will still go to Barbarian City to be the grand tutor and preach scriptures. I think you have to get rid of the leader. Only by killing Chizong can you stop the Seven Gods Church from entering Barbarian City. Why don't you just treat me like a fart and let me go? Then, the four of you will go and catch my master." "Kiki, do you think we're doing this for the religious beliefs of Barbarian City?" The red-eyed black figure laughed strangely. "This fool is so pitiful. He still doesn't know why he died." The one-eyed green figure who had lured the dwarf into a suicidal charge mocked. With the dim light emitted by the eyeball, he could vaguely see their human faces. The faces of the dead. They looked like corpses that had been drowned in the sea for 10 days and 10 nights. Their cheeks were swollen like steamed buns, their skin wrinkled and pale without any luster. Their gray clothes were stained with a few seaweed leaves, and they were still dripping with salty seawater. Every drop of seawater would make the surrounding black mist thicker. "You're not the assassins hired by the Barbarian King?" the dwarf asked blankly. "Keek." The four water ghosts laughed together. Their laughter was full of mockery. An old woman's face approached the dwarf. She stuck out her white tongue that had been soaked in water and tried to burrow into his mouth. "Woo!" The dwarf resisted with all his might. He gritted his teeth resolutely. The old woman water ghost shook her head. The braids at the back of her head shook as if they had a life of their own. Then, the oily black rope around the dwarf's waist came to life. It circled around and burrowed into his crotch from under his armor. Cold, slippery, and rough. "Ow, no!" The dwarf finally couldn't help but cry out. Then, the old woman's 1-foot-long tongue took advantage of this and burrowed into his throat. It went all the way into his stomach and stirred vigorously. Then, it suddenly split into countless needle-like tentacles. Like sea urchins, they pierced into his stomach forcefully. The dwarf's eyeballs protruded. His eyeballs were bloodshot. Pain surged like a tsunami and drowned him. At the same time, he could clearly feel something being drained from his body. The tongue in his stomach was like the greediest leech. It sucked fiercely at some of his unique traits: magic power, bloodline, and soul. The dwarf was shocked and furious. The old woman water ghost was using a blood wizard art that stole his bloodline. No, he wanted to scream, but his mouth was blocked by a thick and long ice-cold tongue. But he still screamed, using his soul. Then, he began to counterattack. His organs turned into worms. This time, it was the old woman water ghost's turn to cry out. Her cry was like a blade scraping against glass, piercing the eardrums. The stomach turned into dozens of squirming worms. Some of them spat out blazing flames, while others bit the old woman's tongue. The old woman wanted to break free, but the worms refused to let go. They were still sucking in large mouthfuls. The dwarf who had received the inheritance of the high priestess of Alleglia also knew blood magic. The bloodline power, magic power, and soul factor that he had lost previously all returned to his body. Not only that, he was also wantonly plundering the old woman water ghost's origin, a kind of dirty white liquid that looked like a mixture of vomit and corpse water. The dwarf felt nauseous, but he still endured it. He sucked with all his strength until the slippery and rough black rope came out of his body and stirred vigorously. He was in so much pain that tears flowed everywhere. The old woman water ghost took the opportunity to pull back her tongue that was riddled with holes. "Ha ha!" The old woman water ghost on the side laughed strangely. "Teaching you how to steal a mouth, you've suffered a loss, haven't you?" The old woman water ghost said angrily. "His blood wizard art is stronger than ours. Why are the divinities targeting him? Why is there a saying that if you eat the holy monk's flesh, you'll be immortal?" A water ghost on the side disagreed. "He's the brother of the era's child. He has the bloodline of the divinities. It's normal for him to know blood wizard art." The old woman water ghost went silent. Hearing that, the dwarf became agitated. "Your goal isn't the sutra teaching squad, but me? Just because I'm Danny Leesy's illegitimate brother? What else could it be?" What does the faith of the barbarians have to do with the divinities of Ursos? If not for your identity as the child of God, why would the divinities of the major cities leave their temples and travel thousands of miles for you? I'm innocent, the dwarf cried. I'm not the child of God. I'm just an illegitimate son. The definition of child of God is the direct bloodline of the true God. My bloodline is of low grade. My talents are a mess. Otherwise, why would I go to the barbarians to seek a better future? The dwarf cried. If your talents are good, we four ghosts of the narrow sea wouldn't dare to target you, the green-eyed ghost said. Hearing that, the dwarf hurriedly said, For great kings, please listen to me. Regardless of my talents, my sister's care for me will not be lacking. If you target me, she will definitely take revenge. You think I'm afraid of her? The green-eyed ghost sneered. Didn't you just say? The dwarf was confused. The more powerful your talents are, the more secrets your bloodline contains that belong to Danny Leasy. Who doesn't know that she has comprehended Song of Fire, Song of Wind, and Song of Light? Especially Song of Fire and Song of Wind. Song of Wind was personally taught by the previous god of wind, Old Fish Liangmu. Do you know Old Fish Liangmu's position among the divinities? He is a divine king without a title. In other words, your sister might be able to chant a divine king-level Song of Wind. But what's even more terrifying in Song of Wind is her Song of Fire. Many divinities now believe that she might have comprehended the highest grade Song of Fire that contains the power of creation and can summon secondary first flame. Now, do you understand her achievements? Do you understand how noble your status is? You're the brother of the future number 1 divine king. As he spoke, the green-eyed ghost's tone was very complicated. There was reverence, admiration, but more than that, there was jealousy, resentment, and greed. Although I don't really understand, should I be proud? My sister is actually so powerful, the brother of the future number 1 divine king. Fuck, I didn't even know I was so noble. The dwarf was stunned as he muttered. Yes, you should be proud. She's still not the strongest heavenly god, and it's even more likely that she will die prematurely. But in terms of potential and future, no one can compare to her. But at the same time, you should be afraid. Do you know how valuable the bloodline and laws of the most promising heavenly god in history are? Now it's in your bloodline. Through your bloodline, you can comprehend Danny Leasy's laws, the green-eyed ghost said excitedly. For example, mountain wind, valley wind, dark wind, monsoon wind, spring wind, and the choruses of the Song of Fire. Perhaps we can analyze the power of creation through your bloodline. What are you thinking? If the dwarf's bloodline had a trace of the power of creation, the deities would have already made their move. The old woman water ghost mocked. I didn't know my value was so great. I didn't even know it and was still running around. The dwarf said with a sad face, As long as you comprehend the Song of Laws, even if it's the choruses, you can become a true god. Wouldn't a true god be immortal? The green-eyed water ghost said excitedly. No, the current world can't give birth to a true god. It's useless even if you have a complete Song of Laws, just like Valeglia's Beleriand. The white-eyed water ghost, who had been silent, said coldly. The old woman water ghost said, We don't need to become true gods. We don't even need to complete the Song of Laws at 100%. We just need to start and be able to use the power of the laws. The deities of the far east land of darkness even avoid the 4 elemental laws that are the foundation of the world. In the early years, when the world still allowed the birth of true gods, they also purposely locked the Song of Laws at 99% to avoid the status of true gods bestowed by the world. Without the status of true gods, they don't have that much responsibility to the world, so there won't be tragedies of dying in the fall of the world. We should learn from those dark demonic gods and have great power without any responsibility. We can live freely for millions of years, tens of millions of years, billions of years, and achieve true immortality. Great gods, your idea is very good. Unfortunately, I haven't even comprehended the choruses of the Song of Wind or the Song of Fire. It's useless even if you eat me. The dwarf lamented. You're stupid, but don't think that we're as stupid as you. The green-eyed water ghost mocked. Do you know the origins of us, the four ghosts of the narrow sea? For heroes, where did you come from? The dwarf asked. We are your ancestors. The old woman laughed. You're also Lannister? The dwarf ridiculed. We are the ancestors recorded in the history of the Westeros, and the greatest kings of the ancestors. Our talent and cultivation might be a bit inferior to Dany and Liz. In the words of the deities, the four of us are half holy spirits. So, you don't have to worry about us not being able to analyze your bloodline. The old woman said proudly. The commoners would allow a supernatural to become a king? Wouldn't they be afraid and jealous of his power? The dwarf asked in surprise. Back then, humans weren't the main characters of the world. It was difficult for tribes to survive. Only people with powerful supernatural power and extraordinary wisdom could become kings. It was us who protected the ancestors from being enslaved and hunted by the divine nobles. It was also us who led the ancestors who couldn't survive to escape to the Westeros, known as the Forbidden Lands of the Gods. The white-eyed water ghost's tone was complicated. There was pride, hatred, sorrow, and also a trace of undetectable disappointment. The kingdom of the divine nobles is a kingdom established by the children of God. The dwarf recalled the records of the era in the New Seven Stars Sacred Sutra. Yes, it was an era where the true gods manifested and the commoners were like ants. It was a glorious and barbaric and bloodthirsty era. The white-eyed water ghost's eyes blurred as he fell into his memories. The bloodline of the gods established the divine kingdom on earth. All the powerful kings and nobles were descendants of the gods. There were even the first generation of the children of God, just like you. When humans first appeared in the world, their status was extremely low in the kingdom of the divine nobles. The gods said that we were outsiders who entered their kingdom from another fallen small plane and deserved to be sacrificed. But humans were also divided into many races. Some did indeed come from the fallen small planes, but most were the descendants of the gods and humanoid races. No one was born to be a sacrifice. We were unwilling to be oppressed, and we couldn't bear to see our people become food for the gods. But the gods were too strong. The laws of the world in the last era were very friendly to supernatural power. Forbidden spells and magic were also commonly seen. Just like today's Dragon Queen, she almost reproduced the majesty of the land's divine king in the last era. The white-eyed Ghost King's tone was complicated. We didn't have her talent, nor did we have her opportunities. We didn't have the megalosaurus or high-level meditation techniques. At that time, we were as powerless against the kingdom of the divine nobles as an ordinary human king is against Dany Rise today. We didn't have the power to resist, and we weren't willing to be the sheep of the gods. We could only lead the tribe and flee. You are the greatest hero kings. Your deeds and aspirations should be remembered by the people of the world forever. Especially the phrase, "No one was born to be a sacrifice." It should become a label for all of you, the dwarf praised loudly. Then, he carefully said, however, devouring the elder brother of the son of an era doesn't match your great spirit. I think you should recall the past and regain your glory. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and be saved. The hero king died in the Dun Arm long ago. We are all dead souls in the sea now, the white-eyed water ghost said with a sigh. Dun Arm? Could it be the forbidden spell that destroyed the Dun Arm? The dwarf asked in surprise. No, we don't have the right to enjoy the forbidden spell. The white-eyed water ghost shook his head. The land of sunset is a forbidden land for the gods, and it definitely lives up to its name. We were already demigods back then, but before we could step onto the continent of the Westeros, we jumped into the sea and killed ourselves. A three-eyed crow? That fellow is too evil. The dwarf's mouth twitched. The hero king had escaped the pursuit of the divine nobles and experienced countless dangers before finally arriving in the Westeros. Yet, he had collapsed at the entrance of the Westeros. Suddenly Tyrion felt a pang of pity for the four old ghosts. I don't know, the water ghost said bitterly. You don't even know how you died? Could it be that the weirwood god personally took action? Sigh, back then, there were more than 10 green prophet in the Westeros. We couldn't stop even one green prophet, let alone the three-eyed crow and the weirwood god. You are all demigods, the dwarf shouted. Even true gods don't dare to approach the Westeros. Demigods? Demigods are nothing. The green prophet is that powerful. The dwarf still found it inconceivable. Those bastards even destroyed the Dun arm. Do you think they are powerful or not? But now, even the three-eyed crow has surrendered to my sister, the dwarf muttered. The four ghosts fell silent. After a long while, the old woman water ghost said, "This is the reason why all the gods desire to eat you. Your sister's talent is too powerful. Hero Kings, remember your mission and don't forget your original intentions." The dwarf pleaded bitterly. Don't struggle anymore. Let's eat you. It could be considered a repayment to our ancestors. The old woman stroked the dwarf's cheek tenderly. Look at your handsome face. Let's enjoy it for a while before eating you. No. Master, where are you? Save me. The dwarf wailed at the top of his lungs. Scream, scream with all your might. With the ghost shadow perplexing track fog blocking us, it's useless even if you scream yourself hoarse, the old woman water ghost said with a smile. Hee hee. We even purposely circled around the city. Even if Chizong has a dog's nose, he won't be able to find us in a short time. But before she finished speaking, a voice that scared the four ghosts out of their wits came from behind them. Monsters, where are you running to? Great mighty heavenly dragon. At first, it was still 100 meters away, but when the great mighty heavenly dragon finished speaking, it had already arrived behind them. That's impossible. Our ghost shadow, perplexing track fog, can deceive even the Anami. The old woman water ghost screamed. We were careless. The dwarf definitely has a tracking imprint on his body, the white-eyed water ghost said in annoyance. Chapter 953. Almighty Heavenly Dragon. Echoes rang out in the quiet alley. Holy Mother Palm. Holy Light. First appearance. Without waiting for the four demons to react, endless white light instantly scattered the black fog and then filled their vision. Their bodies and consciousnesses quickly melted in the white light. It was like a piece of butter that fell into a red-hot iron pot. Although they didn't know what level the Angel of Providence was, it was really powerful. This was their last consciousness. Before they died, they seemed to have heard an old man say in frustration, "Why are you so weak?" I wanted to leave one alive for questioning, "Fuck." Oh, this was their last consciousness. Well, Master, why did you only come now? I almost had my essence and blood sucked dry by them. Do you know that? The dwarf complained, feeling wronged. The four demons evaporated in the mighty and holy white light, but it didn't mean that nothing was left. The three black ropes that bound the dwarf and the black rope that entered his back door were all left behind. The black fog that shrouded their vision dissipated. The dwarf fell from a height of more than a meter, landing in an alley near the pier. Clearly, they didn't fly before, but used seawater to create a fog to block the vision of mortals, and then ran while carrying the dwarf. Chizong hurried over to help his eldest disciple up and said apologetically, "I wanted to chase after them immediately, but that child Arya was too stubborn, holding my hand and not letting go. That's why I was delayed for so long." The dwarf's expression froze. That damn child, what was she trying to do? Oh my, what an evil rope. It's all weave from the hair of the dead, filled with a vengeful and evil aura. After untying the black rope that bound the dwarf, Chizong realized that it was a magical weapon weaved from the hair of the dead, soaked in corpse oil and dripping with a yellow liquid. The smell was nauseating. Hair? The dwarf took a closer look and was also disgusted. At the same time, he understood that these black ropes were most likely the braids on the head of a water demon, which was why the old woman shook her head and controlled the black rope to drill into his hair. Ouch, the dwarf howled. Master Chizong, be gentler. The other end of the braids is connected to me. Chizong saw it too. Even blood came out. He couldn't help but feel awkward and guilty. Sorry, I didn't expect those evil gods to be so cruel. This black rope is vicious. It must be destroyed. With that, he circulated his divine power and ignited a holy flame. Where is the evil god? At this time, a black shadow quickly floated over from the entrance of the alley. When it got close to the two of them, the shadow turned from illusory to solid, revealing a horse-faced girl in tight black leather armor. She gripped the hilt of her sword and looked around with a sharp gaze. "Don't look, they're all dead," the dwarf said unhappily. Aaliyah's expression darkened. "Master Qizong, you said you'd leave at least one for me. You're too greedy." Qizang's old face flushed red, and he hurriedly explained, "I only gave them a light palm strike, and all 4 of them turned into ashes. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tyrion. The 4 evil gods couldn't even block a single palm. I didn't expect this at all." "Did you use your full strength?" Arya asked. Tyrion cried out miserably. I felt pity for him when I heard it. I was anxious and angry, so I couldn't help but use a bit more force. But I really only gave him a single palm strike. Qizong said helplessly, "Were you the one who stopped Master from saving me?" The dwarf glared at Arya. "He was the one who stopped me from saving you. You didn't control your strength, and you weren't as fast as me. Don't tell me you're delaying the precious rescue time because of this trivial matter." The dwarf cried out in disbelief. "I also want to level up." Arya said, "Level up. Level up? All you know is to level up. You don't even care about my life to level up?" The dwarf was furious, and he shouted loudly, "Have you forgotten why you were captured by the evil gods?" Arya's face was wooden, and she mocked. "You don't even care about your own life to level up. Why do you ask us to care so righteously? At least I came to save you." The dwarf opened his mouth wide, and he was stunned speechless. Reese, Danny Rise's sutra teaching team, is very arrogant. How many god spirits had died in the past 10 days? 15? 17? On average, 1.5 die every day. The man's roar and the sound of skin colliding gradually subsided. Only then did a soft and coquettish female voice come from behind the pink veil. In the hall separated by a curtain, the pale moon virgin stood with her head bowed. She faced the direction of the bedroom and said respectfully, "Your Majesty Mirthia, there were 17 yesterday. Today, there are already 22. Just tonight, the sutra teaching team left Mill and was heading to Tarosai. The Bloodshark 5 dragons from Loras Bloodshark Island ambushed them halfway. In the end, the attack on Qizong failed, and the 5 gods were all killed. The Bloodshark 5 dragons are the Dragon King who inherited the legacy of the great wizard Valeglia. Even they fell. The goddess lost her calm, and her anxious voice could not hide the shock. The gods in the Justice Alliance also find it inconceivable, but this is the truth. They have no choice. The losses are too great, so they can only come to you to discuss. I hope you can set a trap in Tarosai's Passion Garden and catch the lustful Tyrion, or directly suck his essence blood," the pale moon virgin said bitterly. The pink veil opened, and a peerlessly beautiful woman walked out. She was wearing a white veil, and the endless scenery inside was hazy under the candlelight, becoming more and more alluring. The beautiful lines of her neck and clearly visible collarbone were exposed, and there were crimson kiss marks that made one feel hot. The creases of her dress were like snow, and the moonlight flowed on the ground. It was more than 3 feet long, and with every step she took, her slender white calves and small feet that were as clear as jade were exposed. Gulp! The pale moon virgin swallowed her saliva and lowered her head in fear. She did not even dare to look at the goddess's face. She silently activated the moon singer meditation technique to calm the burning desire in her heart. The goddess saw her predicament and gave a little laugh of pleasure. Her critical gaze swept across the pale moon virgin's mouth and lower body, and the goddess said in disgust, "What's so good about being a virgin goddess? You can sow that thing, but can the fire in your heart be extinguished? If it is really extinguished, what's the difference between you and a dead person? You trained hard for countless years to become a god. Is it just to endure the hardships of life? Why don't you remove your shackles and become my disciple? You could be free and unfettered and enjoy the happiness of the world forever. Your Majesty is very kind, but each god has his own path, and I cannot force it, the pale moon virgin declined. The goddess walked to the beautiful couch in the hall that was covered with golden otter skin and lay down comfortably. She slowly said, although the Bloodshark 5 dragons are the ancestral gods of the royal family of Loras, their ancestors came from the main family of the 14 Fire Peaks, and they have a part of the inheritance of the great wizards. 2,000 years ago, the 5 of them were lucky enough to join the Veleglia Megalosaurus army, and they were dragon knights for hundreds of years. Even if the Megalosaurus has long been reduced to dragon bones, those 5 old fellows are still top-notch fire element demigods. Even I am afraid of them. So why did they die in Qizong's hands? They were killed by Qizong, but the other members of the teaching team also contributed a lot, especially that faceless one called Arya. She is very talented and has the potential to become a god of death. Now that she has been fully trained by Danny and Rise, she is almost at the threshold of becoming a demigod. That sword of hers is especially terrifying. We don't even know what material it is made of, but the divinity of death it contains is 3 times stronger than that of an ocean god of death like me. In other words, it was an evenly matched battle, and the teaching team was also at their limit, the goddess said thoughtfully. Not really. The pale moon virgin had a strange expression. Other than the fat eunuch Wuning and that 8-clawed spider Varys, Qizong's 3 disciples are all very loyal to their master and abhor evil. After confirming that the Bloodshark 5 dragons who came to kill the teaching team were all-powerful deities, they became even more ferocious, almost risking their lives to protect Qizong. The Bloodshark 5 dragons fought with the 3 disciples first, and Qizong took the opportunity to attack later. He first picked the weakest enemies to launch a sneak attack, then defeated them one by one. The goddess opened her mouth slightly and said in disbelief, could it be that Qizong's 3 disciples can also fight to a draw with 5 powerful deities? Not really. They're just very loyal and brave, not fearing death. Their strength is still inferior to the Bloodshark 5 dragons. Danny, Rise's illegitimate brother, was the bravest. He was the first to pull out his axe and rush forward while shouting. However, he was weaker and also the first to be unable to hold on, shouting, "Master, save me." It was not his fault. The dwarf was the target of the deities, and with 3 deities attacking him, it was normal for him to be unable to hold on. However, he had the tile steel armor, knew Veleglia's fire wizard spells, and had a divine spell called Deities Descending, so his resistance to spells was especially high. Although he was beaten up like a sandbag, he was still able to hold back 3 powerful enemies. With that, Qizong used the great mighty heavenly dragon and the holy mother god's palm to kill the 3rd disciple who was fighting Arya, stunning everyone. With just one move, he turned a fire element demigod into a pile of charcoal with flames coming out of his 8 orifices. 8 orifices? The goddess was puzzled. And his anus. The virgin pale moon was a little embarrassed. Qizong called out the great mighty heavenly dragon, and several strange green 5-clawed snakes that contained the song of wind coiled around him. He was as fast as lightning, and appeared behind the 3rd disciple in an instant. He said he launched a sneak attack, but that was not right. Qizong's voice was louder than anyone else's. Every time he attacked, he would call out the great mighty heavenly dragon and the holy mother god's palm. At first, everyone felt awkward for him, but later on, every time he called out, one or several deities would die. As more and more deities died, everyone no longer felt awkward. Instead, they started to feel fearful. The blood of dozens of deities forged the mighty name of the great mighty heavenly dragon. Now, everyone still did not understand its meaning, but they started to revere it. Now, many dramatists in the Free City started to draw inspiration from the deeds of the Sutra preaching team. In their new works, such as Qizong's biography, Journey to the East, Missionary, and other works, they used this demonic slogan widely. In Pintos and Mir, where Qizong preached, children could be heard shouting the great mighty heavenly dragon and the Holy Mother God's palm before they struck out with their palms. They looked like fools, but too many deities had died under the great mighty heavenly dragon. Now, when the deities heard it, they instinctively wanted to run away. Because of that, many extraordinaires who could ward off evil and exorcise demons started to use the great mighty heavenly dragon. The great mighty heavenly dragon seemed to have become a holy chant for exorcism. Some people even, the goddess raised her hand and frowned. I'm not interested in the spread of the great mighty heavenly dragon. Tell me about the battle. The virgin pale moon nodded awkwardly and said, the third dragon king's back was hit by the first appearance of holy light. In the scorching white light, his internal organs were the first to be burnt. It turned out that the holy light had directly ignited the fire-type divine power in the third dragon king's body. The divine power burned from the inside out, and all the holes in his body were spewing fire and smoke. It was extremely miserable. Ignited divine power? The goddess's beautiful face was full of seriousness. Domain. Danny Rise has already comprehended the domain of fire. It's terrifying, she said slowly. Yes, the deities in the Alliance of Justice and Order think so too. Her talent is too terrifying. A few months ago, in the Sea of Sorrow, I saw her use the domain of wind. The virgin pale moon nodded lightly. Then, she said seriously, what's even more terrifying is that the moment he was hit by the palm, the third Dragon King's spirit was also ignited by a strange flame that was invisible to the naked eye. It was quickly burned to ashes. Because of that, when he died, he didn't even have time to let out a cry. This isn't an exception. All the deities killed by Qizong, no matter if they were slashed by a blade, smashed by the skull-shattering golden melon hammer, or slapped by a divine palm, their souls would be immediately destroyed. The goddess gasped in horror and said in shock, what a vicious monk. His heart is simply black. I've lived for tens of thousands of years, and I've never seen such a ruthless person. In less than half a month, he killed 22 deities consecutively. His sins have already surpassed the evil king Danny Rise. Now, everyone calls him the masked evil monk. The virgin pale moon sighed. I can understand why he's called an evil monk, but why is he called a masked? The goddess was puzzled. A masked face is a fake face. Other than being ruthless, Qizong is also especially hypocritical. Chapter 954. The masked evil monk is saying that not only is Qizong ruthless, he's also a hypocrite. After killing the three Dragon King, Qizong unleashed his might. He shouted, the Holy Mother is merciful, good. Gods, you're all humans, why don't you stop? I want to save you. I can't bear to hurt you, and other such words to shake the enemy's fighting spirit. At the same time, he unleashed the Holy Mother's palm again and again. You don't know this, but Qizong has the talent to impart knowledge through his heart. His words contain a strange sense of mercy. Even those with hearts of stone will be moved by it. However, when he unleashed the Holy Mother's palm, his face was distorted. His god power surged, and he was like a mad devil. Every palm was more ruthless and stronger than the last. Sand and stones flew, wind and fire combined, and the earth and mountains shook. I didn't expect Qizong to be so sinister. He's clearly so powerful, but he still used spiritual words to trick us. The news I received previously said that he's an honest person. People call him the merciful Matthew, said the goddess in disbelief. He's not destined to be merciful. The virgin light moon had a mocking expression. He's so merciless that even his disciples can't stand it anymore. The dwarf spat out blood from the blood shark 5 dragons' attacks, but he still held his axe and stomped his feet anxiously. He shouted loudly, Master is merciful. Don't kill them all. Arya, who's known as the Blood Devil, is cold-blooded enough, isn't she? She also had a worried expression and begged loudly, Master, your mercy is bad. The evil gods are almost all dead. Don't go too far. Guess what happened in the end? That hypocrite Qizong pretended to be wronged and said, I wanted to hold back, and I already did, but this evil god is so weak. This The goddess was stunned. There's such a shameless person in the world? This is still not the most shameless. The virgin light moon sighed. When the dwarf and Arya's two loyal and righteous disciples saw how unreasonable their master was, they went up together and prepared to grab Chizong's arm and persuade him to stop. They even said that they would do it for them. However, Chizong turned around and sent them flying more than 10 meters away with a palm. The dwarf spat out blood again. However, he apologized and said that he didn't want to hit them. It was just that he had lost control of the aftermath of the second move of the Holy Mother's divine palm, Whirlwind. Then, he blamed his two good disciples for not learning from their mistakes and going against the Holy Mother of Mercy. He also announced that he was going to convert the last evil god who had gone astray. He was the only remaining Great Dragon King. When the Great Dragon King saw his four brothers being killed by Chizong's four palms, he immediately went mad from fear. He fled for his life, begging for mercy as he fled. The goddess frowned slightly and sighed. Encountering such a vicious monk, it's not a big deal for boss to have a mental breakdown. The virgin light moon did not think much of it, but she nodded in agreement on the surface. She continued. Chizong was unforgiving. He shouted, "Don't run. Don't be afraid. I'll help you." However, he dashed out like a gust of wind. He struck the Great Dragon King's shoulder with his palm and turned him into a burning ball of flesh. His spirit was instantly destroyed as well. After killing everyone, Chizong even put on a regretful and dejected look. He said that he didn't know why. He clearly wanted to hold the evil god's shoulder, but his palm unconsciously used the divine palm. You can even tell such a lame lie. The goddess's face was filled with disbelief. At that time, the dwarf also said the same thing as you. Chizong was so angry that his face turned red. For the sake of her brother, who is also a bastard, she gave up the entire family and became a branch family. This has never happened in human history. Yes. The pale moon virgin nodded and said emotionally, "It is said that the royal family has no family ties, but Dany Rise is the other extreme. She places too much importance on family ties. Despite how Illyrio treated her, she still forgave Aegon and even gave him the noble status of a bastard, restoring the family name and continuing the family tree. Sigh. Dany Rise gave up her father and family legacy for her brother. Tyrion, for his sister's career, knew that he was a fat piece of meat in the eyes of the gods, but he was still unyielding and unafraid of sacrifice. These two siblings sacrificed for each other and helped each other. How touching and envious, the goddess said emotionally. This is also why the Alliance of Justice spent so much effort scheming against the dwarf. If we capture him, we will definitely cause her to panic and be at a loss, thus revealing a fatal flaw, the pale moon virgin said. The goddess understood that at this point, it was time for her to express her stance. Dany Rise stole my spirit in the Westeros. She might even want to harm me. I'm not willing to sit and wait for death. I can help you deal with her, but I will not join the Alliance of Justice, she said slowly. Why? The Stitch Sakura monster was puzzled. Previously, you refused to join the Alliance because you did not foresee the danger of the Twilight of the Gods. Now that you have discovered that Dany Rise has ill intentions towards you, and you are willing to help us, why not just join the Alliance of Justice? Chapter 955. Why don't you want to join the Alliance of Justice and Order? Pale Moon asked. The goddess sat up from the soft couch and pointed at the pink curtain separating the bedroom from the hall. Go in and see who he is. He is a human. Pale Moon was puzzled. The goddess temple was the Garden of Desire. It was the largest and oldest Garden of Desire in Reese. This house was located in the deepest and most mysterious part of the Garden of Desire. It was also the most magnificent pleasure house. When she came here before, she deliberately waited for 45 minutes outside the door because there was something going on inside. A fake true god who understood the song of lust was crudely played by a mortal man. This was unbelievable to other gods, but to the god of desire and love, There was nothing in the world that she couldn't play with. This was the divinity of gods. Just like Pale Moon, as a virgin goddess, she couldn't be played with. Just like the Virgin Mary, she could be hypocritical, but she couldn't be cruel and bloodthirsty. He is immortal, but there are big differences between mortals. You will understand when you go in, the goddess said. Pale Moon didn't refuse. Her body was like smoke, causing ripples on the curtain. A handsome young man was lying on a 4-meter-wide and 3-meter-long bed, sleeping soundly. I don't know him. Who is he? Pale Moon returned to the hall and asked doubtfully. You don't know him, but can't you smell his identity? The goddess laughed. I don't know. Pale Moon shook her head. You can't even smell the king's blood? The goddess frowned slightly, and there was a trace of disdain on her exquisite face. Pale Moon was slightly ashamed. My believers are all sailors. They don't have the king's blood, and they rarely sacrifice the king's blood to me. Poor child, you finally became a god. What do you want? The goddess looked at her with pity. He is Prince Reese, Chuegu. Pale Moon pointed at the curtain and asked, what does he have to do with your refusal to join the alliance of justice and order? I want to tell you one thing. The goddess raised a finger. My church can't do without the support of humans and the ruling class. So I don't want to completely fall out with the world's empress. The League of Justice may be able to end her, but she may also be able to wipe them out, causing the twilight of the gods that you've been worrying about. You've ended her, but I've only managed to vent my anger. I don't think I've gained anything. I have my own Tao, so I don't need her special bloodline or laws. But what if Danny Rise breaks through the encirclement? What if she brings me to the twilight of the gods after I join the Alliance of Justice? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? You want to sit on the fence? Was there such a good thing? The Alliance will not allow it, and Danny Alice will not tolerate those who surrender. Pale Moon Chu Nu was shocked and angry. Aren't you and Chuegu in the house living examples? A strange smile bloomed on the goddess' beautiful face. Back then, the Allied army that fought at Slaver's Bay had hundreds of thousands of people and thousands of ships. Those who returned home alive were all traitors who secretly surrendered to the Dragon Queen. Was Chuegu truly loyal to the Dragon Queen? Of course not. Otherwise, why would he invest half of his assets into the bottomless pit that was the Alliance army? The general trend was like this, and there was nothing he could do. You were also captured by Danny Rise. She let you go and tried to make you surrender, Pale Moon Chu Nu said anxiously. I was just pretending. I never thought of being loyal to her. Was silly child. The goddess' smile became stranger. Since she allowed you to surrender, why do you have to be so ruthless? Nothing is absolute. What if the Alliance of Justice fails? Do you want to die? Pale Moon Chu Nu's expression changed a few times, and her tone became cold. I hope the gods of the Alliance won't have any bad ideas after knowing your attitude. Tell me the plan of the Alliance of Justice, and then get lost. The goddess waved her hand impatiently. You're just an errand boy. Your task is only to deliver the news in time. The matters of the Alliance are ultimately decided by me, the big shots like Night Lion, Lalo, and the Pale Holy Child. If you want to threaten me, you'll have to learn a song of law first. Pale Moon Chu Nu's expression was ugly, but she didn't dare to refute. She could only swallow her anger. When Pale Moon Chu Nu turned into a shadow and disappeared from the Garden of Lust, the goddess stuck out her pink tongue and licked her light purple lips. She said strangely, if this little moon chanter is lucky enough to survive this time, I'll personally use my teeth to bite off her sewing threads one by one in the future. Masturbating for a virgin goddess is definitely the most beautiful enjoyment in the world. Speaking of this, the goddess's eyes were almost overflowing with spring water. Before the plan succeeds, don't attack her. A deep and magnetic male voice sounded from the shadows in the corner. It seemed to be cast by the deepest darkness. When it stepped out, the red candles in the hall were instantly filled with darkness. Pale Moon Chu Nu didn't know that not far away, a dark demon god was watching the whole process of the conversation between him and the goddess. Even long before he arrived, the demon god was already in the goddess' house. If I wanted to attack, I would have done it when that bitch threatened me. The goddess waved her hand, and a pink fluorescent fog spread out from her body. The darkness was like sticky glue, sticky and retreated, revealing a lion-headed monster. The Grim Reaper of the barren land, the incarnation of darkness, the most active dark god in the Jade Sea, one of the leaders of the Justice League, the boss of Pale Moon Chu knew. He was the Night Lion. A lion's head, a human's body. His golden mane was brighter than gold, more dazzling than the sun. His black eyes were more majestic and domineering than the Megalosaurus. His body was more majestic than the Demon Mountain. The majestic fluctuation of divine power made the goddess and her temple appear a little out of sync. However, this kind of disharmony disappeared in an instant. The darkness was like a slug, sticky and flowed into the lion-headed demon's body. The candlelight filled the hall again, and the room was even brighter than before. It was as if the darkness had materialized and was all absorbed by the Night Lion. Then he turned into the son of the sun, shining and dazzling. At this time, he was wearing a purple robe embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars. His 2.5 meters body was unusually majestic. The golden lion's head was not only not terrifying, but also had a kind of unusual beauty, as if it was the most beautiful and sacred symbol in the world. Yishur lifted the goddess up without hesitation and hugged her in his arms. He sat on her soft couch and touched the petite goddess from top to bottom. The goddess did not resist at all. Instead, her eyes were blurred, and she was panting. She twisted her body and tried to cater to him. Although he was doing the most obscene things, the lion-headed man's face was still majestic and cold. After a while, the lion-headed man threw the goddess on the carpet and lay down comfortably on the soft couch. He rested his head on his hands, and a trace of worry flashed in his black eyes. He sighed and said, "I hope you can persuade her." The goddess spread her legs on the ground and glared at the lion-headed man bitterly. She said, "Don't worry. That little moon singer will definitely go to Danny and Rise. Are you sure there's no problem in the NC? We should be able to trust Lalo on this matter," the lion-headed man said in a low voice. The goddess said worriedly, "I've been feeling uneasy ever since we made this plan. Don't worry. Now that the River of Fate is in chaos, Danny and Rise won't be able to detect anything. Moreover, Yumi, Lalo, and many of the dark gods in the Alliance are proficient in prophecy and fate techniques. If we join hands and attack her together, her spiritual senses' warning of danger will be suppressed to the lowest level, just like Balerion did 400 years ago," the lion-headed man said confidently. "Danny and Balerion are different. Suppressing spiritual sense was possible 400 years ago, but it doesn't mean that it will be possible 400 years later," the goddess said while shaking her head. "Are you worried about the three-eyed crow?" The lion-headed man muttered to himself. "As long as we don't enter Westeros and don't choose Westeros as our battlefield, the three-eyed crow won't be able to do anything. It's not just the three-eyed crow. I'm afraid that the worlds will give Danny and Rise its favor. 400 years ago, Balerion reached a dead end. Not only was he unable to turn the tide and save the world from falling, the dragon and magic civilization that he created were wantonly extracting the Earth Fire's magic power, further accelerating the world's decline. It's hard to imagine that this era only lasted for 8,000 years. The goddess's eyes were filled with vicissitudes. Since I was born, I've never seen such a short era. 8,000 years. Even some gods can't have a good dream. The reason why it's so bad is because Valeglia extracted the Earth Fire without restraint. That's why Balerion was truly angered by the heavens and hated by the people. Actually, after Valeglia forced the lone river mother goddess to death, the world's origin abandoned him. Even earlier than that, Balerion lost his identity as the Epic's child. Us plotting against him could be said to be following the heavens' orders. At that time, the strongest heavenly god Balerion was muddle-headed before the great calamity, and he didn't sense any danger from his spiritual sense. It could be said that the world was on our side, and it would be difficult for us not to succeed. Danny, Liz is different. She's now the world will's favorite, the guide of the River of Fate. If we plot against her, we'll be going against the world. The lion-headed man was silent for a long time and said, "I've considered this problem long ago. But we all know that Danny Liz herself is a classic example of defying the heavens and changing fate. She should have followed the fate that had been planned long ago and helped let Lalo end the long night, and even save the world in the end. Fate is the external manifestation of the world will. She reversed fate and changed everything, which is tantamount to going against the world will. The world will is a heartless bitch, and it will spread its legs to whoever gives it more money." The goddess awkwardly closed her legs and pulled her long skirt to cover her private parts. The lion-headed man continued, "You've received its favor, so have I. Balerion and Lalo have all received it, and we've all lost the favor of the heavens. Danny Liz is that bitch's benefactor today, but it doesn't mean that she can have it forever. As long as we pay more money, that bitch will definitely leave her and come into our arms. The world will is indeed a bitch who only cares about money. But can we afford that much money?" The god of bitches asked. "No, and we don't need it." The lion-headed man sneered. "Don't take the world will too seriously. After hundreds of millions of years of observation, I'm sure that it's just a consciousness that maintains the normal operation of the law. Its judgment, execution, and flexibility are extremely poor, and it's not as good as a knowledgeable ordinary human. As long as a suitable person is arranged to replace Danny Liz as the savior of the world, even if the replacement is much worse than her, it will still accept reality. In the end," he said proudly and confidently, "if Danny Liz can do it, so can we." Chapter 956. "Then, who do you plan to choose as Danny Rise's savior?" the goddess asked. "That depends on who can benefit the most from Danny Rise." Night Lion's black eyes were emotionless, but there was obvious greed on his face. "Her song of fire is too powerful, and it has the mastery of creation. Even the god of darkness, who has always stayed away from the 4 fundamental laws, can't help but yearn for it. The 4 fundamental laws represent the responsibility of supporting the operation of the world and stopping the world from falling. We avoid this responsibility because we know that the world's fall is unstoppable. Whoever blocks it will die. Even if they don't die, they will be crippled. Lalo may be dull, but he has always been ambitious. He has the ambition to save the world and even upgrade it. If that's the case, let him do what he wants. The hole of saving the world needs to be filled. If he falls, we won't lose anything. Therefore, from the last era to this era, we have been watching him play the role of a savior from the side. But this time it's the same. Danny Rise represents too much, so much, so that I'm sure that as long as I can take her talent and her fire of creation, I can stop the world from falling. If saving the world has a 100% success rate, it's no longer a hole, but the sweetest pie. I want to take a bite too." "Will Lalo agree?" the goddess asked doubtfully. "Of course not." Night Lion grinned, revealing his white teeth. "We've agreed on the terms before the alliance. We'll make Danny Rise into a dish, and then we'll fight for the juiciest piece of meat with our strength. Whoever eats the most meat will be responsible for this long night. In other words, there will be 2 divine battles in the Smoke Sea," the goddess asked worriedly. "It's not good for you to use the Smoke Sea as the battlefield. If it wasn't for Lalo's home ground, he wouldn't be willing to cooperate with me." Night Lion sneered. "That unlucky guy is arrogant, but his life is thinner than paper. The elemental god who used to be second to none had his song of the laws stolen by mortals time and time again. Now, he even lost his position as a true god. If he really fights with me in a fair environment, he will become a juicy piece of meat. Ha." A hint of hesitation flashed across the beautiful face of the goddess. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself several times. The Night Lion sat on the soft couch and saw the goddess' expression on the carpet. He stopped laughing and asked, "What do you want to say? If we don't target Danny Rise, perhaps there won't be a twilight of the gods. If she can really stop the world from falling, it will be beneficial to all of us gods," the goddess said softly. "Maybe." The Night Lion changed from a smiling lion to a furious lion. "Bastard, You want me to put my life and honor in the hands of a human? She may or may not act against the gods. But since there is such a possibility, any god with a little bit of dignity would not passively wait for a charity or a hopeless and dark future. The goddess's face turned pale. She quickly crawled under the night lion and gently hugged his leg. She leaned against him and smiled bitterly. I don't mean anything else. It's just that our world has been falling. We finally had a chance to turn things around, but I didn't know that you have the same great ambition as Lalo. You want to save the world. Yishur pinched her chin and sneered. Every time after the long night, my belief system almost collapses. Just like now, there are only a few people left in the huge garden of desire, the goddess said helplessly. We need belief, but we don't live by it. The night lion lay back on the soft couch and said lazily. The goddess was silent for a long time and asked, even if we make all kinds of arrangements, even if we consider the world's will's favor for Danny Rise, will she follow our script? The lion head sighed and said unhappily, do you feel the changes in the Song of Fire in the past 2 years? The new Song of Fire is already half completed. It's too fast. It's only been a few years, the goddess exclaimed. Almost 60%. Danny Rise's talent is so strong that it makes people despair, the night lion said with difficulty. So, since hard work can quickly improve her strength, she has more reason to stay in the Westeros and develop the Song of Fire to 100%. By then, even if all the gods in the world work together, they might not be her match, the goddess said. Do you know about the wind elves and fire elves? The night lion asked. Elemental elves transformed by the raven, the child of the forest, the goddess said. Do you know how they are transformed? The night lion asked again. The goddess thought for a moment and said, I heard that Danny Rise often holds a fireball in each hand, and the raven's shadow is in the fireball. The Westeros also secretly discuss what she is doing. If I'm not wrong, she should be using the power of fire to create a real second life for the raven, an elemental life. Speaking of this, the goddess was amazed. As expected of the highest level of the Song of Fire, the power of creation is so magical. It seems that you have done your homework. You haven't been lying in the garden of desire all the time. The night lion smiled and stepped on her soft part with one foot. The goddess' eyes were watery as she moaned in response. The night lion sighed with satisfaction and said, Danny Rise's Song of Fire could be improved so quickly. It should be related to the fire raven, just like how your divinity will increase when you are molested more often. Now that the fire raven seems to be gone, the speed of her perfecting the Song of Fire immediately slowed to a standstill. At this time, she received news from the Pale Moon Maiden and knew that the Alliance of Justice and Order was formed. She also knew that the Alliance of Justice and Order was planning against her. She also knew that her brother was in danger. Do you think she is anxious? She is such a domineering person. She must be anxious and angry, the goddess said. Although she is anxious and angry, she will not lose her mind. With her current strength, once she is surrounded by the Alliance of Gods, she will definitely die. I am not really looking forward to blackmailing her through the dwarf. No matter how much she values her illegitimate brother, Danny Rise will not be so stupid as to get herself involved. Of course, if she is really stupid, it will save us a lot of trouble, the night lion smiled. Will she go to the Yin Sea immediately? The goddess asked doubtfully. I hope she will go as soon as possible. The sooner she goes, the better for us. The night lion sighed helplessly and said, The Pale Moon Maiden's role is not to guide Danny Rise to do anything, but to confuse her sense of danger and give her a sense of urgency. She wants her to do something she is destined to do as soon as possible, take everything away from Balerion. Danny Rise is a powerful demigod who has comprehended many songs of laws. Even if we hide the plan by interfering with fate, when danger comes, a god's sense of danger will always sense it. The Pale Moon Maiden has become a double agent. Danny Rise will think that the sense of danger comes from the preaching team and confuse the real source of the danger. As for Balerion, the night lion's expression was grave. The dragon and magic civilization has caused the time of this era to be greatly shortened, but this does not mean that the Valeglia civilization is useless. In fact, in hundreds of millions of years of history, it is also the most glorious, the most powerful, the most energetic, and the most hopeful civilization. If Balerion is the starting point of the dragon and magic civilization, then Dani Rise is the final product of the Valeglia civilization. When one side occupies all of the other side's bloodline and soul, it means that the true crystallization of the Valeglia civilization is born. The winner will evolve greatly, and her talent and power will be raised to an unimaginable level. The former first god Balerion, and now the most talented and fastest growing god Dani Rise. If the two become one, the goddess' face turned pale, and her voice trembled. If Dani Rise really devours Balerion, the gods will be finished. No god will be her match, not even the oldest god of darkness in the Far East. Night Lion nodded bitterly. Dani Rise also understands this, so she will go to the Smoke Sea to devour Balerion sooner or later. This is also her instinct, a necessity of fate. Because of this, the real battlefield will always be in the Smoke Sea. If we set a trap there, we will definitely be able to ambush her. When her song of fire increases to the speed of a turtle, when she feels the pressure from the Righteous Alliance, she will think of Balerion. Since she will go to the Smoke Sea sooner or later, why use a double agent to provoke her? The goddess muttered. Night Lion said helplessly, the difference between early and late is too big. Dani Rise's so-called slow cultivation is still frighteningly fast for others. If she is allowed to cultivate while killing deviant ghosts, a few years later, I am afraid she will step into the trap of the bear hunters. Tell me, who will be the unlucky one, the Megalosaurus or the unlucky hunters like us? The goddess was silent. Tom is on her side. Night Lion grabbed his golden mane and said with a painful expression, if she is not dead after 10 years, no matter what the situation is, I will immediately return to the Far East and hide in the boundless dark land. I will escape as far as the world is big. Don't say such discouraging words. Your plan is in progress, and the future is beautiful. The goddess threw herself into his arms and comforted him softly. Yes, at least for now, everything is under my control. The lion head suddenly stood up and strode to the bedroom with the goddess in his arms. He opened the curtain and came to the bedside. He frowned as he looked at the sleeping naked man and said coldly, Reese, it's time to change the prince. After that, he threw the goddess on the other side of the bed and held Chui Ji's six-pack waist with his big palm. It was like a child pinching the middle of a deep-fried dough stick. Like a child biting a deep-fried dough stick, the lion head opened his big mouth and bit off Chui Ji's head. Crunch! Blood spurted out and covered the lion head's face. The prince's limbs twitched unconsciously. The goddess next to him leaned on the bed and supported her head with her hands, smiling as she watched the two lovers become one. Chapter 9:57. The Dragon Queen didn't even need the Righteous Alliance to use a trick within a trick, as she already had a plan to deal with Balerion. At around 5 o'clock in the morning, Rapid City was about to start a new round of ghouls. The 1001 wind ravens are gone. Dani casually tossed the wind spirit named Apricot Mushroom into the air and turned into a breeze. It passed through the air vent near the roof and merged with the whistling northern wind outside the house. Although the more wind spirits I convert, the lower the efficiency of the Song of Fire's growth will be, but it's still faster than normal training. Now that my cultivation speed has slowed down, I'm really not used to it. She stretched her body and spoke to the large raven on the vase. If you absorb the Green Prophet's seal, your soul should be able to reach the same level as the Mother Goddess. With a powerful soul and your talent that has been pushed to the limit by the fishwood seed paste, your training speed will reach the limit, Bran said. I still have to wait for a few days before I can absorb the Green Prophet seal. I have to wait until I divide the faith space into two and turn heaven and hell into real entities. Dragon Queen opened her arms and let the two centaur maids help her put on the pterosaur skin lining and the tile armor. "What do you want to do?" Bran asked curiously. "The essence of the Green Prophet seal is the combination of the Green Prophets will to protect the Westeros. If I want to absorb it, I have to first destroy the will to protect the Westeros and the world. If I think about it carefully, the will to protect the world is the final legacy of the innumerable Green Prophets. It would be a pity to destroy it." Dany smiled bitterly. "The three-eyed crow is willing to sacrifice itself to help me, but I can't accept it as a matter of course. The three-eyed crow represents a kind of inheritance and a kind of spirit. Even I can't deny that the three-eyed crow has always been fulfilling its responsibility to protect the Westeros. Although it tried its best, it didn't get any results. If I accept the three-eyed crow's gift, it'll be the same as accepting its responsibility to protect the Westeros." "No one is forcing you," Bran said. Dany took the sword belt handed to her by Ji and hung it on her waist. She sighed and said, "Why isn't forcing me?" The three-eyed crow was threatening him with death. If I had no moral integrity like Westeros nobles, I wouldn't have this problem. But I'm too proud of my honor and responsibility. The plump Ji nodded repeatedly. She's simply too responsible. The Westeros are almost entirely supported by Khaleesi alone. Not only do they have to fight the deviant ghosts, but they also have to plan the production and life of the people under the long night. Since the Battle of Winterfell, I haven't danced for more than half a year. Jump D? The big crow was puzzled. It's just dancing. It's very passionate and wild. It's a fast-paced, crazy dance that's very characteristic of the centaurs. Ellie said with nostalgia. His Majesty is jumping too? The big crow had a strange look in its eyes. I think they're going to die. Dany smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the topic. How much strength do you have left after you left the Westeros? I plan to take some time to go back to Slave Bay and organize some people to get rid of the sheep eggs in the Sea of Smoke. With my current strength, I should be able to get rid of the ancestor of Valeglia in the Deep Sea Trench. After I succeed, I won't be able to obtain many Valeglia's secret techniques. My endowment will be raised to the limit of a fire warlock, which will be unprecedented. The best part is that, just like the seal of the Green Prophet, my soul can absorb unlimited amounts of spiritual essence from the sheep eggs. Perhaps I can become the god of souls before becoming the true elemental god, Dany said excitedly. Spiritual essence was the foundation of the soul. After absorbing spiritual essence, the strength and volume of the soul would increase. But there was a limit to a human soul. After absorbing a certain amount of spiritual essence, the soul would reach its limit and be unable to absorb any more. It was just like how humans couldn't keep eating meat and growing taller. Megalosaurus could. Megalosaurus could keep eating meat, growing taller, absorbing spiritual essence, and strengthening the soul. After eating the weirwood seed paste for half a year, Dany's 1,000-year endowment was developed. She could keep absorbing spiritual essence, and her soul improved rapidly. During that time, Dany's soul strength increased by a few hundred times. The total volume and quality were equivalent to the souls of a few thousand humans. It was equivalent to eating the weirwood seed paste, and her soul completed a 1,000-year growth in half a year. With such a terrifying soul, she could quickly become a wind and fire demigod. She could improve the Song of Maxim without any bottlenecks, and was qualified to use the power of creation. The soul was the foundation of supernatural power. Her current achievements couldn't be separated from the bowl of weirwood seed paste that she ate in the cave. Without the powerful soul power of 1,000 years of hard work, Dany couldn't even stand in front of El Hiller and Frost God. Just like a normal human facing a megalosaurus, they would be stiff and dizzy. They would even wet their pants under the dragon's aura. During the Battle of Winterfell, the king of deviant ghosts appeared. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Their consciousness was seized by fear, and they couldn't move. How could they fight in close combat? Even the strong-willed Erlu was not at a disadvantage because of the help of the demigod Aunt May. However, Even after eating the weirwood seed paste, Danny's soul had reached its limit. Her innate talent had been fully developed, and the only thing left was to cultivate and improve her soul's quality. Of course, besides cultivating diligently, there were also treasures and miraculous encounters. For example, the second soul of the Ring of Wind could absorb the seal of the Green Prophet without limit. The first soul of a 9-color vortex could absorb 6,000 years of Great Wizard Valeglia's essence, without limit, which was the sheep's egg. The spiritual essence of deviant ghosts could also be absorbed by the second soul of the Ring of Wind, but there were fewer deviant ghosts and more ghouls. The increase in soul size and quality was only a side effect of the seal of the Green Prophet and the Great Wizard's essence. Their true effects were more powerful. That was why Danny was drooling over Balerion. Hearing her thoughts, Bran dissuaded her in a low voice. Now is not the time. Your power hasn't reached the point where it can't be improved anymore. You still have a lot of room for growth. There's no need to risk your life in the Smoke Sea. I know it's dangerous. That's why I'm asking you. How much power do you have left after leaving the Westeros? Danny asked. If I go to the continent of Ursos where there's no weirwood, I'll be a shapeshifter with a strong soul, but no strength. Think about it. What would a shapeshifter help you with? Bran said helplessly. Jichi fastened the queen's cloak and said casually, There's weirwood in Slaver's Bay. I want it alive, Bran said calmly. It is alive, said Eerie. Impossible, Bran said firmly. Weirwood can't grow anywhere except in the Westeros. The weirwood on the Pyramid of Meereen has sprouted. Everyone knows that, Jichi said excitedly. Everyone knows, Eerie said. Bran looked at Danny in confusion and said, Westeros are actually the Mother Goddess Kingdom. That's why there's weirwood in Westeros. Why is there a living weirwood in Meereen? I thought the Gate God's kingdom was in the Noble Heart. Danny recalled the sacrificial ceremony before the city builder, Brandon, built the Great Wall. It happened in Hajian, in the place now called the Noble Heart. Under the roots of the giant weirwood, there was a different space, similar to the space of the Seven Gods. In fact, that space was still there. It was the place where the Green Prophet stored the Green Spring. In the future, Danny could secretly pour a cup of the Green Spring into anyone she liked when they were born. After they were born, they would be another Stark. The so-called protagonist family of the Song of Ice and Fire had become a commodity that could be produced in a fixed amount in the eyes of the Dragon Queen. Well, Danny couldn't do whatever she wanted. She couldn't pour the Green Spring into the heads of the believers of the Seven Gods. If they didn't have enough faith in the old gods, the amount of Green Spring they could absorb was limited. You've been to the last sanctuary and know about the Goni's passages that are all over the underground. Haven't you ever wondered where those passages came from? Bran said. I thought they were formed naturally, Danny said. Think about it. What would a giant tree leave behind if its roots were completely rotten? If that tree grew for billions of years, infinitely large, and ran through the continent, what would happen? You mean there's a network of underground passages under the Westeros? They're all formed by the roots of the Gate God. Danny frowned. The big crow nodded and sighed. In the distant past, the Westeros were just a small island. As the Mother Goddess grew, the continent followed. The sanctuary existed for millions of years, and its main duty was to guard the world's gate. Before the sanctuary appeared, the task of guarding the world's gate was always undertaken by the Mother Goddess. Maybe it was because the world fell, or maybe the world will change the rules on its own accord. For some unknown reason, the true gods could no longer exist in the mortal world. As a result, the Mother Goddess shrank her roots and built a shelter under Hajian's main body, leaving behind countless underground passages on the continent. We Green Prophet are to the Mother Goddess, just like the 7 angels are to the 7 gods. We should take over the Mother Goddess's task. Millions of years have passed, and most of the passages have collapsed, but some are still preserved, especially the northern passages, because the northern part was the world's gate. The Mother Goddess invested more and more power there, and even sacrificed a part of her roots to build a sanctuary. That's how the fish seed paste you ate came about. So, Do you understand why only the Westeros have fishwood? Why didn't the other gods dare or allow them to enter the Westeros? Why did the old gods born in the Westeros, such as Anami and the Storm God, call the mother goddess mother? Why was the three-eyed crow chosen by the Westeros to be the protector of the world? Why did the believers of the old gods merge with the earth, mountains, and rivers after they died? It was because the Westeros were the mother goddess's divine kingdom, just like the seven gods' heaven. Did the seven gods' heaven allow gods to enter? Obviously not. The seven gods' heaven was managed by angels like the Great Sparrow, while the Westeros' heaven was managed by the three-eyed crow. It was the same principle. All the creatures in the Westeros, even the ancestors, Undulls, and Loinars who migrated from the Ursos continent, were considered the children of the mother goddess as long as they were born in the Westeros. The believers of the old gods lived in the heaven from birth, and death wasn't sad. It was just another way to merge with the heaven. The essence of shape-shifting wasn't to control someone or occupy someone's body. It was a gift given by the mother goddess to intelligent life, and it allowed living beings to communicate without being bound by the physical body. Only by becoming a wolf can you understand wolves better. Dany was deeply shocked and fell into a long silence. Jichi, on the other hand, stuck out her large chest and said in disdain, "Is the heaven of the old gods like this? Why do I feel like the people in the Westeros are living in hell?" The young and slender Ellie also pouted and said, "You can't tell anyone about this, or else the old gods won't have any faith. There's no hope in such a heaven." Chapter 958. Dany shook her head and smiled bitterly when she heard the centaur maid's disdain for the old god's heaven. The door god wasn't wrong. He succeeded. Before humans appeared, the Westeros were a paradise. It was a paradise where the children of the forest, the giants, the spirits of nature, and the strange creatures lived in harmony. The children of the forest's real name was the people who sang the praises of the earth. They had always been singing the praises of the earth, but they didn't build a civilization for millions of years. They didn't know how to smelt bronze, nor did they know how to grow wheat. They wore leaves woven from leaves and relied on the most primitive harvesting, fishing, and hunting to survive. They seemed to be an inferior race. However, their intelligence and talents were superior to humans. They couldn't build a civilization because they lived in a civilization called Heaven on Earth, a civilization built by the door god. The centaur maid was stunned. She didn't seem to understand. Even Bran was shocked and puzzled. "It's strange for you to have such thoughts. You have doubts about the door god's heaven as well?" Dany asked with a smile. The big crow hesitated for a moment before it nodded lightly. "Your realm is still lacking. Let me ask you, what will the seven gods' heaven look like in its final form?" Dany asked. "This." The big crow's pupils contracted. It muttered, "The current heaven seems to be showing signs of becoming the Westeros from millions of years ago. The way of life and the structure of society are different, but it's not much different from the door god's heaven." Dany had a complicated expression. She sighed and said, "If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have discovered this embarrassing matter. The Westeros were originally heaven. It was only due to the invasion of foreign species that it became hell. The holy spirits of heaven were all killed, and devils took over. The devil's residence is, of course, hell. To the people who sang the praises of the earth, humans who were born with original sin are devils. This is also the thought of the Green Prophet who turned himself into the first generation of deviant ghosts. I didn't quite understand it before. Now that you've said it, they become the holy Saiyas who defended the God Nation, and we, the three-eyed crows, have become traitors," Bran said bitterly. "It's a bit ironic, but that's the truth," Dany said disapprovingly. "There's no right or wrong in this matter. It's just that we have different standpoints. Even if the Green Prophet killed all of his ancestors, would the other ghosts allow the Westeros to continue their heavenly lives?" Bran shook his head and asked, "What's with the weirwood and Meereen?" "It's the tree trunk that I cut off in the sanctuary." He had originally planned to use it to make a scabbard and a staff, but after seeing that it didn't wither for a long time, He put it in the backyard and raised it. I don't know why, but after the worshippers of the old gods paid their respects, they suddenly sprouted. And then, speaking of this, Danny's expression became a little strange. You know, Door God left all of his inheritance to me, including a part of his incomplete life imprint. The life imprint absorbed the talent in his space-time talent, leaving behind a portion of the life imprint residue. Brand seemed to have understood something and said with a complicated tone, "Your talent of creating life from fire is really terrifying. To the gods, the life imprint is only a name, and no one has really seen it. It's just a concept of nothingness, but it really exists. Just like how ordinary people can't see the souls of the dead in the world of the dead, other creatures can't come into contact with it. But not only can you see it, you can even make limited edits to it." Danny said regretfully, "Door God's life imprint is too incomplete. I tried to burn it with fire, trying to burn it into an elemental tree, but it failed. When a mother god's root and trunk were split in half of the life imprint was also missing. And 8,000 years ago, it really died, and the life imprint has been dissipating, so it must be even more incomplete now. But I really can't imagine you even burned the mother god," Brand said bitterly. Danny was also a little embarrassed and argued, "I didn't desecrate Door God's body, I just wanted to save it and give it a new life. If the Door God could be burned into an elemental weirwood, how powerful would it be? How awe-inspiring would the Danny Bodhisattva who held the weirwood look if she put the weirwood in a jade bottle? Has the life imprint fused with the weirwood's trunk?" Bran asked. "Yes, it's too incomplete, and I can't burn it into an elemental tree with an independent life. I can only fuse it with the weirwood. I can't sense the new life imprint after the fusion, so I just put it in the backyard and let it grow wild. It can also be considered a kind of new life." The big crow's red eyes flickered with excitement, and it asked anxiously, "Is the weirwood connected to the river of time? Are you talking about the memories of observing the tree?" Danny asked, "How can a tree have any memories?" Bran smiled bitterly. "The mother god's natural talent is time. The three-eyed crow's consciousness entered the trunk to observe the past and future along the timeline, and it has nothing to do with memories. It's just like when your father burned my uncle and grandfather in the Red Fort. It happened in the Imperial Court, so how could there be any trees around it? The nearest tree was in the Divine Forest several hundred meters away, but I still saw the whole process through the tree's roots. Then, you saw me. Do you still remember?" Danny nodded. She had once entered the tree's roots to observe the tree's memories. It was in the sanctuary, and she had just eaten the weirwood seeds. Where her consciousness entered the tree's roots, she saw many scenes, including the Red Fort's tragedy. When it was over, she met Bran, and her consciousness left the tree's roots and returned to the real world. "Do you understand what this means?" Bran sighed softly. "If time is a river, and I go against the current and return to a certain point in the past, then no matter when you return to that point, we will still meet because that point is fixed." Danny understood what he meant. It was just like how a person from the Qing dynasty traveled to Xianyang in 1900, when Ing Zheng ascended the throne, and she traveled to Xianyang in 2020, when Ing Zheng ascended the throne. Even if there were 120 years between them, they could still see each other at the same time. If Danny saw Bran in the Red Fort's tragedy, then it meant that they weren't observing the tree's memories, but traveling through time. That weirwood can connect to the river of time, but it can only be traced back to the day it was planted, Danny said. "I can't give you a reason, but I have a feeling that you should need it. It's best if you keep it with you," Bran said hesitantly. "A prophecy?" Danny was surprised. "No." The big crow shook its head. "It's just a feeling." "What's the use of that thing?" Danny asked again. "Bring it here and let me study it. Maybe I can find the answer." Danny pondered for a moment and felt that she could let Little Green go back and change shifts with Little Gold. Recently, Qizong had been showing off his power, and the dragon babies around her were all eating greasy food. Maybe it was time for Little Gold to enjoy it. While Little Red was acting as a battery in the Great Wall, and Big Black, Little White, and Little Green were around Mother Dragon. Basically, Big Black ate 2, and Little White and Little Green ate 1 each. Roughly speaking, Little White and Little Green had eaten 4 or 5 evil gods. If they settled down for a period of time, they should be able to become demi-divine dragons. Meanwhile, Little Golden Slave Bay was still a white dragon. Danny felt that it was time for Little Five to come to Mother Dragon's side to nourish its body. "Calixie, it's time to go down and eat breakfast," Ellie reminded. They were currently in Rapid City, where the Tully family lived. There was a volunteer group of 3,000 people stationed in the city. After breakfast, Dragon Queen was going to lead the soldiers to the Oak Hall in the south. There was a group of nearly 30,000 ghouls gathered in that area. After more than 2 months of Dragon Queen's purge, the deviant ghosts of the Westeros changed their tactics again. They no longer moved in large groups with more than 100,000 ghouls. Hundreds of medium-sized groups of 20 to 30,000 ghouls attacked in all directions, making Dragon Queen unable to deal with them all. It could be said that the anti-ghost cause had entered the third phase of the stalemate. In the first phase, the Japanese formed a large army and advanced by leaps and bounds, sweeping away all the castles and human armies that dared to block their path. They couldn't wait to destroy the Westeros in 3 months. At this time, the number of ghouls killed by the humans was much lower than the number of ghouls born. It was equivalent to the outbreak period of the epidemic. In the second phase, Dragon Queen rode the Megalosaurus and fought for 3,000 miles in a day. The Blade Storm turned the tide, and the deviant ghosts' rampant massacres were stopped. At this time, Danny killed an average of 100,000 ghouls a day. The number of ghouls born was lower than the number of ghouls killed. The epidemic reached a turning point. In the third phase, deviant ghosts no longer gathered in large groups. It was equivalent to giving up on large castles temporarily. At this time, the number of ghouls slowly increased, while the number of humans slowly decreased. It was barely in a stable period. This situation seemed to be disadvantageous for the humans, but it could buy time for Danny to cultivate. The humans could also take the opportunity to improve their supernatural powers. Danny hoped that things would stay this way for at least 5 years. After 5 years, her power would increase by several times. She might be able to sing a complete song. After 5 years, the Magic Academy that had started to open on a large scale could cultivate thousands of worker bee wildfire mages. Danny entered the dining room and sat down at the dining table in front of the fireplace. Lord Jew came over one after another to greet her. Then he sat down next to her. While they were chatting, a will that represented death suddenly entered the world of death of the Westeros. It kept showing off its mutated divine power. "Is someone looking for me?" Danny had a thought. She came to a realization. Usually, if the other death gods did not steal the souls of the believers of the 7 gods, even if they entered the Westeros, they would not attract the attention of a stranger. Unless they were unlucky and happened to meet Danny or Blackie, who entered the stranger state and placed their main consciousness in the world of death. Of course, due to the existence of the three-eyed crow, even someone as powerful as Lalo would not personally go to the Westeros to receive his believers. Now, Danny had not absorbed 80% of the Green Prophet seal, nor did she enter the stranger state. Bran was still an incomplete three-eyed crow. If a death god sneaked into the Westeros, the two of them would not notice it. However, this death god kept emitting divine power waves that were different from the stranger state. It was like Danny and Bran were eating in their house. They could not see the thief outside the courtyard, but he kept shouting. As long as the people in the house were not dead, they could hear him. "It's like Moon's virgin," Bran immediately said. Danny was multitasking. One of her consciousness stayed in the castle to eat breakfast with the generals. The other consciousness put on the stranger's disguise and went to the place where the mutated divine power waves were emitted. It was the Stitch Sakura monster, who was anxiously and vigilantly looking around. A medium-length coat, made of gray canvas, hung loosely on his body. It was like a size 3X suit hanging on a size M doll. His eyes and mouth were sewn together with black hemp rope. "Your Majesty," I surrender to you. I lied to you. The gods have already formed an alliance, and their target is you. Chapter 959. Pale Moon Chu Nu accepted the alliance's request and went to Lizzie to meet the goddess of lust last night. She thought that the goddess had always been outside the alliance of justice and order, but she didn't know that the goddess and Night Lion were old friends. She also didn't know that the goddess's theory of sitting on the fence to save her life wasn't to explain her actions, but to tempt her, who was already suspected by the alliance, to sit on the fence. Pale Moon Chu Nu was indeed moved by the goddess's theory her life was more important than anything else. Even if she had to bow down to a junior, it was still better than being annihilated. But the reason why Pale Moon Chu Nu joined the alliance was to save her life. She was the mouthpiece and courier of the alliance of justice and order. She personally participated in the establishment of the alliance and deeply understood how powerful the alliance of justice and order was. This was her misconception. The real power of the alliance of justice and order was only revealed to her at the tip of the iceberg. She was suspected to be a spy of the Dragon Queen, or at least had an affair with the Dragon Queen. Night Lion and Lalo deliberately deceived her with false secrets in order to pass fake information to Danny through her. In short, the Dragon Queen had never trusted her and treated her as a chess piece to distract the alliance's attention. The alliance of justice and order thought that she was reliable at first, but when the pockmarked knight was captured alive by the Dragon Queen, she somehow regained her freedom. After that, the alliance of justice and order no longer trusted her and treated her as a chess piece to mislead the Dragon Queen. It was sad that the most persevering, talented, and accomplished Moonchan in history was just a dispensable chess piece in the eyes of the real boss. What was even more sad was that this chess piece thought that she was important and that her decision would affect the future of the world. She tossed and turned and couldn't sleep for a night. After thinking hard and hesitating for a while, she came to the Westeros the next morning. Mainly at midnight, she received a piece of news and was greatly stimulated. That night, the masked evil monk went on a killing spree in Tarosai and killed 3 gods in one breath, including the goddess of lust in Tarosai, Murthia's spirit in Tarosai. Chizong was so cruel, but he was just a dog of the Dragon Queen. Pale Moon Chu Nu made a decision. She wanted to learn from the old senior, Murtia's survival by sitting on the wall skill. Your Majesty, I'll be honest with you. I've lied to you before, and the gods have no intention of resolving their grudges with you. Of course, you also lied. You never gave up on the twilight of the gods' plan. Last time, I lied in the sea of grief as well. My goal was to lure you into the trap that the gods had prepared for you. Of course, you're still lying. You've never trusted me, and you've long known that the plan to kill the Black Mountain Goat was a conspiracy. Pale Moon Chu Nu spoke the absolute truth. When Dragon Queen heard the truth, she felt a little sick of it. Feeling wronged and angry, she said, "How did I lie? For the past few months, I've been fighting deviant ghosts in Westeros. I've never thought of provoking the gods. Why are you so sure that I want to create the twilight of the gods? And when we met in the Sea of Grief, I didn't suspect you at all. I really wanted you to gather information and then get rid of the Black Mountain Goat once and for all. But the incident in Casterly Rock City was too sudden, and the situation of the 7 countries against the ghosts completely collapsed. I can't give up the great cause of saving Westeros and saving the world just because of the Black Mountain Goat, can I?" Looking at her wronged and angry expression, and hearing her firm and resolute voice, Pale Moon Chu Nu's heart wavered. Could it be that I've misunderstood the Dragon Queen? If I've really misunderstood her, then should I still submit to her? If she's telling the truth, it means that she's a silly and sweet, true saint. How can a silly and sweet king of evil gods defeat the cunning and vicious alliance of justice and order? Pale Moon Chu Nu's pale cheeks twisted. I didn't expect you to be a double agent. To think that I spared your life last time. She was still in a dilemma, but Dragon Queen had already put on a cold face and began to investigate her crime of betrayal. Well, Stranger showed her face today. With the halo of Super Mary Sue, Her black hair almost absorbed the surrounding light, and her blood-red eyes were like a pair of searchlights. Although the skin on her cheeks was smooth and delicate, it was as white as a layer of white paint, the kind that was deathly pale. With this appearance, no one would believe that she wasn't the god of death. Of course, it had to be at a comic convention. In this world, in the eyes of the ocean god of death, Pale Moon Chu-Nu, the current dragon queen, was very non-mainstream. She didn't have the filthy, sloppy, rotten, strange, evil, dark, twisted temperament that the orthodox god of death had. Although she was non-mainstream, her aura was several times stronger than the last time they met, which made the orthodox god of death feel awe. "Your Majesty, I've realized my mistake. Please forgive me." The Stitched Cherry Monster knelt down and begged. The red-eyed, black-haired god of death didn't let him get up. Instead, she extravagantly used the divinity of death to condense a floating skull thrown in the air. She sat on it proudly and said coldly, "Tell me, who are the 7 giants of the Alliance of Justice and Order?" Looking at the black leather boots above her head, Pale Moon Chu-Nu was a little depressed. But there was a huge, suffocating power of death coming from the throne, so she didn't dare to be angry. "Your Majesty, where did you hear that there are 7 giants in the Alliance of Justice and Order? If the leaders of the Alliance are giants, there are only 3 of them, Lalo, Night Lion, and Pale Holy Child," the Stitched Cherry Monster said doubtfully. "If there are 3 giants, why don't they call themselves the Avengers Alliance?" Danny said something that the other party didn't understand. Although she didn't understand, Pale Moon Chu-Nu still explained honestly, "If they are the Avengers, it means that the gods have been hurt by you." It sounds very passive, and the main reason why we formed the Alliance is to get rid of you before you hurt us. "Well, that makes sense," Danny said disdainfully. "Lalo has actually fallen to the level of being called a giant on the same level as ordinary gods. Your Majesty, do you have some misunderstanding about the levels of gods?" Pale Moon Chu-Nu was shocked. Night Lion and Pale Holy Child are not ordinary. They're the most powerful demon gods in the far East Dark world. Danny said disdainfully, "In my eyes, demon gods without the status of true gods are all ordinary." "Then what about me?" Pale Moon Chu-Nu couldn't help but ask. "You?" Danny looked down at her critically and asked, "Can you block Chi Zhang's Holy Mother Palm?" "When I was dealing with Crocodile God and Pintos, I should have been able to, but later on, he advanced by another level. I might not be able to block his attack," Pale Moon Chu-Nu said bitterly. "Then, in your eyes, what is a person who can't even block one attack from my underling?" Danny asked again. Pale Moon Chu-Nu was like a frosted eggplant, deflated. "Your Majesty, generally speaking, gods are divided into 6 types: wild gods, city gods, elementary law gods, intermediate law gods, top law gods, and true gods. I am considered one of the more powerful city gods. If we use aristocratic titles to classify gods, I can also be considered a count," she said tactfully. "I thought gods were only divided into demigods and true gods," Danny said. "Tell me, how do you define them?" "Wild gods are elementary demigods with divinity, but no priesthood. Without a priesthood, they can't even develop faith. When their divinity increases and their priesthood evolves, they can build temples and tell the general public about their priesthood so that they can receive worship from those who ask for it. Such gods need faith to grow, so they often build temples and develop churches in cities. Hence, they're called city gods. After their divinity evolves into priesthood, their priesthood will continue to increase. When their priesthood reaches its peak, if they have enough talent, they can comprehend the Song of Law. But many gods have already reached their peak, but they don't have talent and can't harmonize with the world's laws. That's why your illegitimate brother is so coveted by the gods. His bloodline and spirit are equivalent to a key that can open the connection between gods and the world's laws, because you are the one who chanted the laws. We'll talk about my brother later." Danny waved her hand. Thus, Pale Moon Chu-Nu continued the previous topic. The Song of Law has started. 1% to 5% are elementary law gods. 99% and above are advanced law gods. Between the two are intermediate law gods. You are now an intermediate law god. Night Lion, pale holy child, and even the goddess of beauty and lust, Myrtia, are all advanced law gods. Night Lion is like you. He has comprehended many kinds of songs of law. Danny frowned and said, "This method of classifying gods is very unreasonable. Even Sheep Egg can't find a place on it." "Who is Sheep Egg?" Pale Moon Chu Nu asked blankly. "You don't even know Sheep Egg. When did you achieve the Tao?" Danny asked. "I'm a new god. The gods born in this era and the last era are all new gods. Sheep Egg is Beleriand. You were born in the last 6,000 years?" Danny frowned and asked. It's him." Pale Moon Chu Nu came to a realization. Then she smiled bitterly and said, "I became a demigod 1,300 years ago. 300 years later, I was chosen by Bravos to be the god of the city. But Beleriand is the world's first god. How can I not know about his early deeds? Everyone knows, but who dares to say it? Just like in your early years, when you were still barefooted and wearing ragged clothes that exposed your bones and flesh, when the streets were windy and rainy, you would huddle in front of my temple and eat roasted sweet potatoes. Because you threw the skin of the sweet potatoes, you were chased away by the priests in the temple like a stray dog. But do I dare to say it? I hate that I can't forget this memory. Your Majesty, Beleriand can sing the complete song of law. He is a true god. But after the last long night, the world is unable to grant him the status of a true god. If the status of a true god is a fruit on a tree, the fruit tree is 3 stories tall. The world's energy level is 4 stories tall, and each story is 4 meters tall. Under normal circumstances, one could reach the fruit on the tree by climbing to the 3rd story. Beleriand had already reached the 3rd story. Unfortunately, the world's energy level had started to shrink. The story dropped from 4 meters to 3 meters. The fruit tree was still 12 meters tall outside the story, but it was only 9 meters to the 3rd story. At this time, if Beleriand wanted to touch the fruit of a true god, he had to climb to the 4th story. What was the 4th story? In the past, the 4th story was the king of gods. The gods who had picked the fruit of a true god before the world pendant were still true gods. They were still on the 3rd story. They held the fruit of a true god, but it dropped from 12 meters to 9 meters. But Beleriand was more than 9 meters tall and was approaching 12 meters. So, he was one of the strongest gods in this era. Yes, I heard that some of the gods of darkness were closer to the 4th story than him, but their reputation was not as prominent as Beleriand's. For example, the pale holy child, the night lion, and Lalo. Phew! The stranger Danny, who had a stern expression, immediately relaxed after hearing the last name. She let out a long sigh. "You scared me. You were so serious about it, and made it sound so mysterious. I thought the 4th story was high, so it's Lalo's height." Chapter 960. Your Majesty, you said that Lalo had fallen and mingled with the night lion and the pale holy child. Why do you look down on him now? Pale Moon Maiden asked carefully. Danny said proudly, "That's because I looked down on the night lion and the pale holy child. In my eyes, Lalo is a tramp. The night lion and the pale holy child are beggars. Tramp mingles with beggars, so of course I look down on Tramp. But when you boasted and praised the night lion and the pale holy child, it only turned them from beggars to tramp. I still look down on them." Not only was Pale Moon Maiden not affected by the queen's heroism, but she also felt regret. The Dragon Queen was blinded by the sudden increase in power and became arrogant. Your Majesty, Lalo is the representative of the world's ultimate power. You can understand by looking at the red god temples all over the world. Whoever gets the biggest share of the cake is the boss. She advised earnestly. Danny, the death god on the skull throne, waved her hand and laughed. "Do you think I will look down on the Alliance of Justice? On the contrary, the more I look down on the enemy strategically, the more I pay attention to the big 3 tactically." Then she asked, "Tell me, who are the members of the Alliance? How many are there?" Pale Moon Maiden named 70 to 80 gods one by one, but Danny had only heard of a few of them. Finally, she said helplessly, "More than 200, but the exact number cannot be calculated. How can there be so many? So many that it is impossible to calculate." Danny was surprised and happy. "Didn't you catch a spirit under the command of the goddess Mirthea last time? Shirwei Yangshin is the noble, illegitimate child of the Targaryens. Taking this name, she has the responsibility to protect the honor of the Targaryens. In the end, this is the Targaryens' family business. What does it have to do with the goddess Mirthea?" Dragon Queen said coldly, "You snatched someone else's angel and said it had nothing to do with them. You are too overbearing." Pale Moon Maiden complained in her heart, but she explained, "Just like Mirthea, many powerful gods of the law have more than one spirit. A divine system like Mirthea, which had close ties with humans, could easily calculate the number of envoys. However, there were some hidden gods that the gods did not even know their real names, let alone the spirits in the gods' kingdom. As a result, the number of gods in the alliance and their identities could not be fully calculated. They could only make a rough estimate, which was no less than 200. However, you should not underestimate those spirits. Spirits do not mean that they are weak. In fact, they're stronger than many wild gods. For example, your angel Matthew is also a spirit, but he can kill gods easily." "Why are they targeting me?" Danny looked innocent and asked in distress. "Your Majesty, since things have come to this point, can't you be more honest?" But he didn't dare to ask the queen frankly. Instead, he asked euphemistically, "Have you felt any sense of crisis in your spiritual sense recently?" Danny pursed his lips and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "There have always been. There are always evil people who want to harm me." Pale Moon Chu Nu's face twitched as she asked, "Has your sense of crisis increased recently?" "Sigh, now that you've reminded me, it seems to have become stronger." Dragon Queen sighed helplessly. "You have a sense of crisis, and so do the gods. The crisis that haunts their hearts comes from you. So, the Alliance of Justice and Order is not targeting you, but you are targeting them. In the past 2 years, the gods in the world have more or less felt uneasy, and they have started to contact each other. The gods that were killed by Qizong were the same. They lack a sense of security, and only power is the most powerful guarantee. So, the wild gods and city-state gods went out to look for opportunities to increase their strength. And then they obtained the most complete peace, and the world became peaceful." Danny complained in her heart. "Sigh, the level of chaos in the transcendent world now exceeds the sum of the past few thousand years." Pale Moon Chu Nu sighed. "What kind of schemes does the Alliance of Justice and Order have against me?" Danny asked. "First, they have to help Lalo snatch your identity as the savior as soon as possible. Not as the great savior who stopped the world from falling, but as the little savior who killed the king of strange ghosts. It has to be fast, so fast that you haven't had time to fully develop the Song of Fire." Pale Moon Chu Nu emphasized. "What's the use of that?" Danny laughed. "The death of the king of strange ghosts means that the long night is coming to an end. When that time comes, summoning the sun will become the trend of the world. But you don't have the status of a true god, so you won't be able to complete the Song of Laws in a short time. Can you summon the sun?" The sneer on Danny's face disappeared. "If you can't, then the trend is on Lalo's side. He has just ended the long night, so he will definitely be favored by the world's will, and he is the best candidate to summon the sun. Lalo can summon the sun now? He has lost his status as a true god long ago," Danny said. "That's why the gods support Lalo." Pale Moon Chu Nu said seriously, "I'm not a true god, so I don't have a direct feeling of the status of a true god. But one thing is certain, even if a true god loses his status, he can easily pick it up again. Just like your family, even if they lose the Iron Throne, compared to a powerful family that has never been a king, they are more orthodox in the hearts of the people, and it is easier for them to seize the kingdom. In short, when that time comes, Lalo can only summon the sun by swallowing you. And once he swallows you, he can even stop the world from falling. This is beneficial to the world and the creatures in the world. So, are you willing to sacrifice for the world? Whether you are willing or not, The gods will force you. The humans who are almost driven crazy by the long night will force you. And all the creatures in the world who look forward to the sun will also force you. In this way, the worlds will begin to force you. Maybe, except for yourself, all the creatures in the world who have consciousness want you to sacrifice yourself. When that time comes, what will you do? What a good move. Danny sighed and asked, Bran, what do you think? A big black crow appeared on the handguard of the skull throne like bubbles. Three-eyed crow. Pale Moon Chu knew was a little frightened and almost fled. The big crow glanced at her and said lightly, The plan of the Alliance of Justice and Order is not a problem, but it is not very feasible. Because your majesty has a firm will, even if all the humans die and the world is destroyed, your mind will not waver. What are you talking about? Am I so selfish? Danny said unhappily. This is not selfish. You are the future of the world, the real trend. As long as you can control the power of the first flame, all the humans die, the world is destroyed, and the river of destiny is cut off. It is just a matter of reopening the sky. The creation of the world is within your thoughts. How big of a deal is the destruction of the world? Bran said lightly. Not bad, Bran. You are indeed the three-eyed crow. You can see the big picture and the trend clearly. Danny nodded with satisfaction. The creation of the world is too far away. Your Majesty, you have to be more realistic. You don't care about the reactions of the humans, but what about the will of the world? Pale Moon Chu Nu mumbled. Bran, you continue, Danny said. The will of the world is a stupid bitch. If you slap it a few times and spit at it now, it will hate you, but it can't do anything to you. After a few years, when you finish singing the complete Song of Fire, it will still come over and give you the greatest love. The only thing is that you can't give that bitch too long to wait, otherwise it will become a mad dog, irritable, unreasonable, and then bite you. If Lalo takes care of the King of Strange Ghosts this year, then don't think about using another 10 years to slowly cultivate. So, I have to wait for the King of Strange Ghosts to die later? Danny asked strangely. The big crow shook his head and said, First of all, the god of frost and the long night are not so easy to deal with. Sadly, now is not the coldest time. When the river is frozen, when the waves are calm, when the sea dies, when the wind stops, and when there is no difference in temperature between the inside and outside of the Great Wall, the real long night will come. Secondly, in the Westeros, no one can snatch the head of the King of Strange Ghosts from you. The King of Strange Ghosts may go to the continent of Ursos. Pale Moon Chu Nu suddenly said. Bran was surprised. Why do you say that? Even I don't know its whereabouts. I'm not sure. Pale Moon Chu Nu frowned. I'm just a mouthpiece in the Alliance. Lord Night Lion didn't tell me the whole plan. But as a moon singer, I heard some clues from some of his words. It seems that Night Lion is 100% sure that the continent of Ursos will also have strange ghosts. Bran said solemnly, How is Night Lion so sure? The people of Bravos can't wait to set up a net on the narrow sea of 400 kilometers. Any iceberg from the trembling sea near the land can't escape their surveillance. I've also been paying attention to the surface of the narrow sea. Once there are signs of icebergs forming, I'll immediately send out a warning. I don't know. Even if His Majesty Night Lion wants to hide it, the Moon Singer's premonition can't detect it. Just like what you're going to do, I can't predict it. Pale Moon Chu Nu said helplessly. The big crow closed its eyes, its consciousness searching the turbid river of fate. After a long time, it opened its eyes and said, Fate didn't give a clear answer, but I suddenly have a very bad premonition in my heart. The situation seems to be really out of control. Your Majesty, you have to hurry up and sing the complete Song of the Law as soon as possible. Only then will you be in an invincible position. Find a chance to deal with Balerion? Danny frowned and asked. On the same day, less than an hour apart, Bran was faced with the same problem twice. He wasn't as resolute as before. He hesitated and said, Maybe I should really take a risk. This was Night Lion's purpose. He let Pale Moon Chu Nu expose the Alliance's plan to give Danny a sense of urgency. At this time, not only did Danny not realize that it was a trap within a trap, But even the three-eyed crow also fell into the trap. If Dany remained unmoved, the Alliance of Justice would not suffer any losses. They would assist Lalo and use their power to coerce others. This was an open scheme, and they were not afraid of being exposed. If Dany was anxious and rushed into the smoke sea's encirclement, Night Lion would be happier. Compared to using his power to force the Dragon Queen to die and then helping Lalo, Night Lion wanted to directly get rid of the extraordinarily talented son of the era in the Smoke Sea, and then he could use his strength to get a share of the loot. As for why Night Lion and the other Dark Demon gods would rather help Lalo than tolerate the Dragon Queen, the Alliance of Justice was formed mainly to protect themselves. The Twilight of the Gods was definitely not an excuse that they made up to target the Dragon Queen. If you ask Dany to tell you the truth, when you sing the song of the law of wind and fire and become the strongest heavenly god in the world, when you can kill a large group of evil gods with a slap, will you kill them with a slap? Of course you will. Feeding the dragon babies, conflicting views, and fighting for supremacy in the divine world were all reasons. After living for hundreds of millions of years, those evil gods could not be NPCs and not sense the omens of death. Hence, Dany and the gods would definitely have a battle. She could not lie to herself, and she could not lie to others. When Dany and Bran were silent, Pale Moon Chu Nu continued. Using their power to coerce others is the Alliance of Justice's overall strategy. If they have the chance to kill you directly, they will definitely not let it go. For example, after the Scripture team appeared, they came up with a new plan. You value your family so much, and you love your illegitimate brother so much. They plan to threaten his life and force you to save him. This way, they can set up a trap to ambush you. If you still do not appear when Tyrion is in danger, the Alliance will simply capture him and use him to threaten you. If you do not even accept the threat, the hundreds of gods will each use the cruelest means to torture him. They will make him suffer so much that he will wish he was dead. They will make you grieve so much that he will cry out miserably. They will make you lose the heart to cultivate, and they will make him beg for death. They will make you commit a grave mistake in extreme pain and sorrow. How cruel, how vicious the evil gods are. They hit where it hurts. They have my fatal weakness. The stranger Dany clutched her chest. Her face was filled with pain, embarrassment, fear, and confusion. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.